welcome back to another Saturday art stream. We're just gonna be working on Gex commissions again tonight. Or we'll try to. Mainly just, we're gonna finish up this last sketch, for someone. I really should have gotten this done before. I just got caught up in everything else. And then we'll work on the big comic that I started last stream, trying to clean this up a bit. Hopefully, like, you know, get somewhere with it. I think tonight we might just listen to No Sleep again. I did have other things planned, but it might be a little weird now that it's not Halloween anymore. And I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for playing full movies. I mean, I'm not really supposed to be playing cartoons to begin with, but I thought about putting on both Scary Godmother movies for a Halloween thing. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really have much planned tonight as far as entertainment goes. Oh, that's not how you spell it. Hope that everyone's doing well tonight. I'm a little bit low energy, but I'm okay. Just partied hard last night, watched a black and white scary movie, and then ate s'mores till 7 or 8 in the morning. I hope you guys had a nice Halloween. Yeah, I remember we were like going backwards on this season on last stream. Let's see. How about season 22? Nothing is really grabbing me. Alright, let's try this one.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
All aboard! Tickets, please. Find your seats. The train will be departing shortly. You're aboard the Sleepless Express, a direct journey into the darkness of the night. There are no sleeping cars available on this train.
Uh-oh. Hold on, Sai's doing the thing. This is a problem. I hate when it does this. Okay, are we good now? Yes, okay. I can't explain it, but it just kind of reads the pen wrong. And you can tell that something's up with it if it has like the circle cursor instead. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. We should be good now. To live in a world where computers and their programs never had glitches. I know.
On this journey, you will
Oh my god, enough.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
all aboard. Tickets, please. Find your seats. The train will be departing shortly. You're aboard the Sleepless Express, a direct journey into the darkness of the night. There are no sleeping cars available on this train. On this journey, you will experience the horrors found within the dark landscapes and endless black tunnels. You will hear things which will leave you frightened and disturbed. And remember,
Or just use the
there
tree
will
from
be
last
no
year.
stops until the very end of the line. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. Welcome aboard the No Sleep Podcast. I'm your conductor, David Cummings.
One of the ways that podcasts went from being obscure parts of pop culture to a medium full of huge stars and big productions is via its method of delivery. Once a nerdy tech protocol, the RSS feed has made podcasts easy to consume because of how easy it is to update apps with new episodes. It's a really simple syndication method. That's why it's called RSS. Nowadays, you just open your podcast app and new episodes visit your feeds. Easy and or peasy. And with these new episodes visiting your feeds each week, I'm excited to announce that you'll be seeing a new limited run podcast appearing in your No Sleep Podcast feeds for the next few weeks. This is because we are thrilled that the new streaming series, Tales from the Void,
prices for
will
Christmas
be
stuff these
premiering
days.
in October.
The
They'll be
price
on
for
Screenbox
anything
in the
these days,
US,
really.
Super Channel in Canada, and we'll soon be announcing how our international viewers
Ridiculous.
can watch the show. And to prime you for the new horror anthology streaming series, we'll be releasing 8 episodes of the Tales from the Void Behind the Scenes podcast. There'll be 30 to 50-minute episodes in which I'll interview some of the writers and directors of each of the 6 Tales from the Void episodes. We hope to release them on Wednesdays, starting on September 25th.
Limited
So
run
watch for those
podcasts? Let me
episodes
guess,
to
it takes
drop in
almost
your
2 years for
feeds.
a new
And
episode.
listen in if you want to get a glimpse behind the curtain to learn how stories can go from the No Sleep subreddit to the screen. And with a new podcast popping into your feeds, it's the perfect time to talk about those people and things that can pop into our lives, visiting us without warning. And while new podcasts are good things, I'm sure you can imagine that on this week's episode, the visitors who show up are less than desirable. Some people really should just keep to themselves and leave us alone, right? Well, yes, they will, in fact, leave us alone. But you're not alone on the Sleepless Express. We'll be right beside you in this dark train car.
And now, the train is ready to depart. Your journey into the darkness begins now.
Keep to themselves and leave us
In our
alone.
first tale,
Sounds like
we
me every
have
day.
Something adorable to share. Wait. We have a door able to give us nightmares. You see, in this tale, shared with us by author Rory Say, we meet a man who is troubled by a door. It's not about it being locked, it's that it keeps showing up almost everywhere he goes. Performing this tale is Kyle Akers. So say what you will about closed doors leading to open windows and all that. It doesn't apply to the other door.
In every house that I've lived in, there's been a door that's kept locked. Picture a plain white door in a house, and you've seen it. Turn your head now, and you might find its likeness nearby. Only there are none just like it. Rarely does it remain in the same place for longer than a day. If I wake to see it in the wall past my feet,
Does it lead
I'm
to the
likely
Velvet
to come
Room?
upon it later in some downstairs room, or in the hallway, and later again somewhere no door belongs. In the center of a window, for example, or angled in the vaulted ceiling of a cramped attic. Often as a child, I found it in the floorboards beneath my bed, under which I knew there was no basement. Perhaps it was there I first discovered it. I have memories of searching for toys beneath my bed and finding a door whose knob held fast when I tried to turn it. If I cried out for long enough, my mother or father would come blearily in. How many times did I watch their irritation shift to concern as they explained to me over and over that there was no other door in the room? How long before I accepted that, from their point of view, they were telling the truth? In terms of opening it, my earliest attempts were no more successful than my most recent ones. At first I used what methods were available. With fists and fingers I beat and clawed at the frame, until I was yelled at and punished for leaving dents and scratches on the walls throughout the house. My continued fixation weighed heavily on my parents. They argued about what, if anything, was to be done with me. At last I was taken into a high room in a tall building, where a sharp-faced woman asked me questions about the other door. When did I first encounter it? Why did I think it was locked? What did I suppose lay on its far side? But I did not wish to tell her these things. She had no right, I felt, and still feel now, to know them. So I stood from the chair and tried to leave. But the knob on the door behind me wouldn't budge when I clutched it, and I screamed as I beat and clawed at the frame. The situation at home, bad as it was, worsened in the wake of this incident. I could no longer bear the thought of a locked door, any locked door in the house. All were to be kept open, preferably ajar. This meant that every night it was necessary to creep from bed and open the front door, which was the only one that my father, no matter how I pleaded, insisted be kept shut and locked.
Well, yeah,
I was
it's the
routinely
front
punished
door.
for doing this, and yet I kept doing it. And the fact that I kept doing it, as well as the increasing severity of the punishments inflicted upon me, there was, I recall, some disagreement as to the nature of these punishments, deepened the rift that divided my parents. An unpleasant rivalry ensued. as each sought privately to poison my view of the other. At the same time, my well-being was daily and loudly debated as though I myself were not present, and I began to only feel partly visible, a bystander in my own skin, there and not there, like the other door through which I could never escape. We moved houses, or rather, my father moved while my mother stayed where we had been. Though fearful of moving anywhere, I was obliged to spend every Wednesday and Sunday night at this different house of my father's, which was really only a part of a house, with fewer doors that locked. Nevertheless, it was there I learned that the other door followed me. In the morning, after I spent my first night in the house, I found it waiting in the living room, behind the couch on which my father still slept. As I wedged myself between the couch and the wall, he awoke and asked me what in the world I was doing. I paused with my hand on the knob, but before I could think of how to explain, I saw that look on my father's face I had grown so deeply to fear. Next, I was taken to a group of men who took blood from my arms with needles and tubes, and who placed a helmet on my head so they could study my brain. For some reason, these measurements brought out the worst in my parents, who more adamantly than ever refused to share a house. Then came a Sunday, when I was dropped off to stay with my father and found nobody there to meet me. Was some sort of game in play? Nothing could be more uncharacteristic of my father, whose idea of play was that it should be structured and essentially educational. So I sat down on the bed that was his when I was gone, and mine when I was there, and awaited his return. How long did I wait? I suppose, in a way, I am still waiting now. When I grew too frightened of the empty quiet, I went to leave the room, but froze in the doorway as though I'd been struck. Suddenly I felt watched, or keenly perceived in some other way. Turning around, I knew just where I would find the other door. On the opposite side of the bed, half hidden past my father's collection of hanging shirts. I could see it in the closet. There was no mistaking what it was, and yet some indefinable change drew me across the room. Only after I had pushed aside what clothes were in the way could I clearly see the translucent, skin-like laminate that now covered every inch of the door's frame. The search for my father commenced that very night, and continues, at least in some official capacity, to the present. I've been told that the strains of a troubled child can at times be too great of a burden for a parent to bear. Too irresistible becomes the temptation to flee when the opportunity presents itself. Resettle somewhere, and keep the guilt buried, as it should be. But why is it that I have trouble believing he's really entirely gone? I have never felt his absence so strongly as does my mother. For in every house I have lived in, there has been a door that's kept locked. One whose white frame now pulses with a warm, pleasant heat, as though it were a body that had spent all its days in the sun.
All right.
If you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, Grainger knows you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Calling all new TikTok users. TikTok brings together fun, inspiration,
I don't use TikTok.
and shopping, all in one app. And here's a special treat for you. Download TikTok, search for GetTik, GETTIK, and instantly get $20 no minimum spend voucher just for joining. Search for GetTik, GETTIK. Use it right away on a wide range of TikTok shop products. No limits, no catch.
You think
It's
Hard
quick,
and Black and
it's
Decker are
easy,
better than
and it's
Grainger?
all yours. Download TikTok now and claim
I
your
don't even
voucher
know what
today.
Grainger is. Something is odd.
When
Not
it
the way I
comes to
drew 'em.
odd visitors, sometimes they can captivate you and play on your emotions. Like Jask, when he discovers a cute stray dog. And in this tale, shared with us by author Andrew Hughes, the dog not only gets invited into Jask's home, but into his heart as well. Performing this tale with me are Atticus Jackson and Jesse Cornett.
Maybe it's fine. I don't
So
know.
if you find a stray, try to return him to his owner. And of course, no reward necessary. Head light, fingers tingling, and belly warm, Jask stepped into the alley behind the Radisson Hotel to take a leak. Unzipping, his head leaned back. He heard the noise. A soft little whimper.
Yeah, I heard about TikTok
Finishing
doing that.
his stream, he tucked up and stepped from behind the dumpster. His heart melted. A mangy-looking golden retriever with sad, dejected eyes stood beneath a flickering exterior bulb. The animal whimpered and pawed the ground, its head bowed.
Hey, buddy.
Jask kneeled down a few paces away.
How's it going?
The dog looked up, made eye contact, then glanced down, ashamed.
No. It's all right. Look, I'm a friend.
Patting his pocket, he felt his phone, wallet, keys, and finally, the granola bar. It was his emergency snack just in case the liquor hit too hard and he needed to sober up quick. He peeled open the wrapper.
Don't all
The
apps
dog
do that?
glanced up, attentive.
Probably.
Yeah. You hungry?
Jask pulled off a piece.
It looks good. Peanut butter crunch.
He tossed the first piece at the dog's feet. It sniffed it for a moment, then hesitantly took a bite. It didn't need any further convincing. Immediately, it took a few steps closer and sat on its haunches.
Pretty good, right?
Jask broke off another, more sizable chunk and outstretched it. For a moment, he felt a prickling fear as he thought of Cujo and prepared to pull his hand back before the fingers could be ripped
There's a
off,
movie I haven't watched
leaving
yet.
only bloody stubs. But the dog took it gently, with more tongue than teeth.
Atta boy. Last one.
The dog scarfed it down and took a step forward, nuzzling its face into Jask's leg.
That was it, buddy.
His stomach rumbled a reminder that he too should eat something if he wasn't going to be completely useless tomorrow. He ran his hand over the dog's head, scratching it behind the ears. It had a collar, a thick, bulky kind with a big blinking sensor around the throat. Some kind of shock collar, he thought with disgust. Who could harm a sweet guy like this? The dog licked the crumbs from his hand and tried to pull the wrapper away.
No, that's all gone.
Jask snuck his hand around the collar until he found a little silver emblem. There was no name on the collar, only the moniker, number 324. Below that was a phone number. He pawed for his phone.
What's going on at home, Twofer?
The dog continued to lick, this time putting a paw upon his thigh, tongue reaching for his face.
Easy, buddy.
Jask chuckled as he stood up, pulling his phone from his pocket. Dead.
That's right. That's why I'm walking instead of Ubering.
He looked down at Twofer, and the dog stared back, pleadingly.
Have a good night, buddy.
He took 2 steps back. Twofer traipsed after him, tail swishing with excitement.
God damn it.
Jask sighed, making a decision that he knew he normally wouldn't.
Let's go.
As if the dog understood slurred English, it let out an excited yip. Jask looked around for something he could use as a leash. Finding nothing, he patted his person, considered taking off his shirt, then settled on his belt. With one hand resting on Twofer's head, he fed the leather strap between bulbous collar and fur. As he did, Twofer's head twisted, teeth bared in a savage snarl.
Yo,
Jask took a step back.
what's wrong?
Twofer looked up at him with an excited gaze, tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Easy guy.
With the belt lashed through Twofer's collar, they walked side by side, cutting through the back alleys, weaving their way through the sleeping city. The apartment elevator was out, as always. By the time they climbed the 6 stories, Jask had sobered up and felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. He opened the apartment door and ushered Twofer in.
All right, make yourself at home. Just not on the bed.
He sounds
Twofer
like Eddie
leapt
from
onto the
Silent Hill
bed,
2.
swishing his tail. Jask sighed. It was just for one night.
He was making
Stumbling
fun
to
of me
the
with his
fridge,
eyes.
He grabbed a handful of deli roast beef for them to share, then collapsed into the bed. He fell asleep, with Twofer curled at his feet. Jask's dreams were a drunken slur, a constant kaleidoscope downward spiral into blackness that never truly came. At some point, he became aware of a sensation from outside his head, a warmth wafting across his neck, a wet, meaty exhalation on his jugular. His eyes shot open, and for a moment he was startled by the filthy dog laying sprawled across his chest, black eyes staring down at him. He opened his mouth to yelp when the memory of the night before floated back.
Hey, Twofer.
He pinched his eyes shut. It was too early, and the light through the shades was blinding. Twofer licked his face, tongue grazing his lips and worming its way into his nostrils. Jask thought of disease and famine, but was too tired to care.
Couple more minutes. Come on.
He rolled over. Twofer found this unacceptable and began to let out brief, throaty yips. Jask pounded a fist into the mattress and sighed.
Fine.
Twofer let out an excited bark and spun around on the bed, his thick, matted tail swinging wildly behind him. Jask started off with a cup of coffee, then another as he looked around for something to use as a leash. While the leather belt had functioned well enough the night before, it might look strange before the late morning brunch crowd. An iPhone charger, the cord for an old vacuum he'd long since gotten rid of, fishing wire spooled in a kitchen drawer. Eventually, he settled on a different belt, a much more innocuous strip of felt used to tie his bathrobe together. Changing into shorts and a t-shirt, Jask and Twofer, an equally mangy pair, set to the street. As they walked through the back alleys, Twofer peed on the sides of buildings and had to be kept from eating scraps of food left behind by the homeless. In doing this, Jask felt a sense of responsibility he'd been missing in his life. It grew in his chest like a tumor. When they got back to the apartment, it was 3 over-easy eggs and juice for him, and another handful of roast beef for Twofer, who scrounged it down and stared doe-eyed up at him for more. Jask gave in to the pleading stare.
Fine.
Then he picked up his phone. Fully charged from the night before, he knelt down beside Twofer, punched in the phone number from the oddly shaped collar, then paused. Eyes darting from the green call button to the golden retriever sprawled out on his floor. He felt a sense of sorrow. Even after less than 12 hours, he'd grown attached. Nonetheless, he pressed the button. The phone rang 7 times before the answering machine clicked.
Greetings. This is Dr. Matthews, Vortex Industries.
The voice sounded rushed and gasping for air, as if it had been recorded shortly after running a 5K.
Please leave your name and number and reason for contact.
Hey, Dr. Matthewson. My name is Jask Turner. You don't know me, but I found your dog downtown last night.
He turned and watched Twofer try to bite his tail.
He doesn't have a name tag, just a number on his collar. Golden Retriever, looking a little scruffy.
Twofer gave up on the pursuit and leapt onto the couch.
Anyway, man, I just wanted to let you know. Give me a shout back and we can figure out a place to meet.
Jask paused for a moment. He never knew how to end this type of call.
Thanks. Bye.
He hung up the phone and set it back on the counter.
All right, boy. Left a message for your dad. We'll see when he gets back to me. But you need a bath, my guy. Look at that. You're already getting dirt on the couch. Come on.
Twofer leapt up and followed him into the bathroom, where Jask shut the door behind them.
So are you one of those water lovers, or am I gonna have to hold you in there?
As it
Okay, I think we're back. It's annoying. I don't know why it keeps cutting out lately. My roommates are annoyed about it. I'm annoyed about it. Every time it cuts out, that's just another chunk of video that I have to edit together into one big stream later. I don't know. If it keeps acting up tonight, I might just, call it and do something else.
Your dog's safe. Don't worry. Safe. Don't worry.
The collar. Tell me you left.
Come on.
Twofer leapt up and followed him into the bathroom, where Jask shut the door behind them.
So are you one of those water lovers, or am I gonna have to hold you in there?
As it turned out, Twofer was the former. The second Jask turned the faucet handle, Twofer leapt into the tub and began splashing his feet in the rising water.
I'll link you
Slow down,
the story later.
Jask's eyes settled on the blinking collar.
Oh, can't go damaging the bling.
He unclipped it and set it on the counter before uncapping the bottle of shampoo. Jask had just finished washing off the suds when he heard his cell phone ring.
All right. Stay.
He held up a finger to Twofer. The dog blinked twice as Jask backed away, shutting the door behind him. Jogging to the kitchen counter, he snatched up the phone and slid the green answer bar.
Hello.
This is Jackson Turner.
The voice on the phone sounded even more out of breath than in the voicemail.
Yes, sir.
He opened the cabinet and pulled out a water glass.
This Dr. Mathewson?
Shut up.
Easy, man.
Jask turned on the tap.
Your dog's safe. Don't worry.
The collar. Tell me you left on the collar.
What?
Jask's hand was still outstretched, the water overflowing and running between his fingers.
I gave him a bath.
Oh my God. Kill it. You have to kill it right now before it changes back.
Jask felt the glass slip from his fingers. Behind him, the bathroom door creaked open, and the air filled with mirthful, high-pitched laughter.
Oh, okay. That was short and simple.
Save over $200 when you book weekly stays with Verbo. This winter, if you need to work, why not work from a chalet? If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to fully catch up in a snowy cabin. And if you have to stay in a remote place with your in-laws, you should save over $200 a week. That's the least we can do. So, you might as well start digging out the lawn johns, because saving over $200 on a week-long snowcation rental is in the cards. Book now at Verbo.com.
October brings it all. Halloween parties, game day tailgates, crisp fall nights. At Total Wine & More, you'll find just what you need for them all. Whether you're hosting friends or enjoying the cool fall air, you'll find thousands of wines, spirits, and beers at the lowest prices. Mixing up something spooky? Total Wine & More is your cocktail central for all your Halloween concoctions. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More.
Visitors who come to us unexpectedly can be unnerving. But what about when others visit a strange location, one with a bizarre history? Like in this tale, shared with us by author Cole James. You see, Cole himself has an interest in unexplained phenomena. That's why he wants to meet Garrett, who has quite a tale to share with him. Performing this tale are Dan Zapula, Alonte Barakat, Jeff Clement, Lindsay Russo, Nicole Goodnight, Matthew Bradford, and Graham Rowett. And so, don't worry about being on a train going through dark tunnels. I'm pretty sure we're not traveling through the Gehenna Hollow Tunnel.
Garrett showed up 15 minutes early, right as I was wheeling the old Magnavox into one of the media viewing rooms and trying unsuccessfully not to disturb the handful of other students watching me struggle. He waved sheepishly and slid the bag from under his shoulder onto the folding plastic table. I shook his hand and gestured for him to take one of the rolling chairs, after it became clear that he wasn't going to offer to help me move the television. Well over half of the Haining Library basement was dedicated to the school's collection of non-print media. Photographs, film, audio recordings, and the like. When Garrett Roberts had reached out to me about sharing some video of an unexplained event, he'd specified that we needed access to some more vintage equipment to make it work. Thankfully, I'd known just the place to suggest. Like most small schools, Atwood College was slow to upgrade their tech, and when they did, it ended up in media equipment storage, which is where I'd found this 20-inch CRT beauty, complete with matching VCR, and signed it out for the evening. I gave up once the TV cart's casters dug into the old uneven carpet of the booth and refused to budge. Deciding it was good enough, I wiped the sweat from my brow and began extricating my tripod from my backpack. Do you mind if I record this? I'm not the fastest note taker, and it helps to go back and review for anything I might have missed. Garrett's tired eyes studied me for a moment, then he gave a weak shrug.
I guess I don't mind. Though, if you're going to try to record the TV with that,
He pointed at the phone I was mounting to the tripod.
It's probably not going to work.
Yeah, the rolling blur from videoing these old tube televisions means I probably won't capture much detail with this, but...
That's not really what I meant. You'll see what I mean.
From his bag, he produced a chunky camcorder, in mint condition despite its age, along with the power cord and composite cables. Damn, blast from the past. Garrett hooked the camcorder to the old TV. Once we were settled in, I turned the lights down in the listening room and started recording. This is Cole James, and here with me is Garrett Roberts, who reached out to me regarding his video of a recent... what did you say you were doing when you shot this?
A research project on the iron industry in Southeast Ohio. Mostly about the old furnaces and the derelict railroads still found around the region. Have you ever been to any of them?
I nodded. I like to go kayaking at the local lakes sometimes. I've seen the furnaces at Lake Hope and Lake Vesuvius.
Hope Furnace was the one I specifically wanted to visit, because it also has the Moonville and Kings Hollow Railroad tunnels nearby.
Moonville? Isn't that the one that's supposed to be haunted? I phrased it to sound like I wasn't entirely familiar, but of course I'd heard of it. Anyone who's studied paranormal happenings in Southeast Ohio knows about Moonville. Supposedly, there have been multiple sightings of an apparition holding a lantern, or the unexplained roar of a train at night. It's easily accessible, photogenic, and they even host annual ghost tours.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Garrett shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
Josh and Allie thought it'd be a good spot to take pictures for their photography class. They were doing a group project on documenting abandoned places, so I invited them along.
Josh and Allie are friends of yours?
Yes, we all went to high school together. Josh and I were friends back then, and Allie, Alyssa. We took some classes together last year and started hanging out.
And the video you have, that was you recording the day you spent together? Going to the furnace and the old train tunnels?
Yes.
How long ago was this?
Just a few weeks ago.
I made a few notes in my journal. Okay, whenever you're ready, Garrett. Garrett pressed the play button on the camcorder. It whirred and clicked as the TV screen went from static to blue, then to black, and then suddenly...
We don't know if it even still works, does it?
The image on the screen whipped up to slowly focus on a smiling young man with a scruffy dark beard and ponytail. He's driving, while Garrett is filming from the passenger seat.
No, it's recording now. Say hi, Josh. Hi, Josh.
You're a fucking dweeb.
The camera pans behind Josh and Garrett to show a young woman in a baggy neon green hoodie with short purple hair and piercings. Next to her, another young woman is giggling. She's the opposite of the first. Petite, blonde, wearing a North Face jacket and yoga pants.
This is Allie and Maddie. Say hi, girls.
Hi.
Maddie gives a wave while Allie flashes mock gang signs.
Sup, bitches?
And the party's here in the back, fools.
A younger, clean-shaven version of Josh leans over the middle seat between the two girls. He gives dual-fisted middle fingers to the camera.
And that's Noah. Okay, seriously now, guys? I do actually need to show some of this to my professor at some point, so when I say so, you'll need to...
Not be a bunch of dicks?
Yes, exactly. And I'm going to record a segment right now. So if you could just be quiet for a few minutes...
Why wouldn't you just record it on your phone? You got an iPhone, don't you? That's gonna give you way better quality than that dinosaur.
Oh, because I'm gonna use some of the video for my own project. I think that camera is sick. I offered to buy it off Roberts, but his asking price is too high.
How much?
$300. Well, I said I wouldn't go any higher than 2, and I'd massage his nipples for 5 minutes. Come on, Josh. I already told you, Roberts. Take it or leave it.
Josh grins widely.
No, seriously, these old Sony Handycams kick ass. That one's a high 8. Good old-fashioned analog. You know that 25 years ago they recalled a bunch of them because they could see through clothing? Bullshit.
He's right. I saw a YouTube video about it. Some of them had night vision, and the infrared light would, like, show a girl's nipples and pubes if they wore the right kind of clothing.
Maddie makes a face.
Gross.
That explains why Roberts won't let it go.
Can we stop talking about nipples? Josh, tell me why you invited your brother along again.
Josh rolls his eyes.
Because I'm supposed to keep this dipshit entertained for some reason. It was the only way I could borrow this sweet ride for all of us.
He pats the steering wheel. Allie smirks.
Maybe room for shenanigans. So how close are we to Lake Hope now?
Josh looks at the phone mounted on the dash.
About 20 more minutes.
And I still need to record my intro before we get there, so please, can I just have a couple minutes, guys?
Come on now, everyone. Let the man do his thing.
Thanks, Josh. In the decades before the Civil War, thousands of tons of iron ore were mined, processed, and shipped out of the dozen furnaces that dotted southeast Ohio, fed by the hardworking men that came looking for prosperity and the virgin timber that covered these hills. Linking them all was a vast, hastily constructed network of...
Garrett stopped the video, then hit the fast forward.
We can skip this part. It's not that exciting. Just more of this for a while. Me talking and goofing off.
I scribbled a few notes. So Josh had to bring Noah, and what about Maddie? Is she Allie's friend?
Cousin?
He gave no more information. Things were quiet for a minute before Garrett stopped the tape again.
This is when we were at Moonville.
I leaned forward in anticipation. The video showed the group at the opening of a large brick tunnel, over 30 feet high and nearly as wide. Graffiti covered the arched brick walls up to about 10 feet. Panning across the several tourists crowded inside, Garrett had focused the camera on a young man holding the leash of a massive, shaggy Leonberger, who was getting much attention from Allie and Maddie.
What'd you say the dog's name was?
Gunter. He's a ham. Loves attention. He's got quite the following on Instagram and TikTok.
I'm adding him right now. Ooh!
It's Good Boy Gunter 17. All one word.
The man looks over her shoulder.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh my gosh!
The camera wanders up to the stone sign over the tunnel, engraved with the word Moonville. Maddie's hands are buried in Gunther's fur.
So, do you live around here? We're from down in Grand River, near Lafayette.
The man nods.
I'm in Logan, so not too far. It was way too crowded at the other parks today, so I came down here. But it's honestly not much better. We might end up walking all the way to King's Hollow if he's up to it.
Josh snaps a few pictures.
How far is that?
About 3 miles. The rail trail is great for walking. Nice and flat and paved. Is that what you're doing today?
Josh straightens up and checks his Nikon.
Well, we're not sure. We were supposed to be getting photos of abandoned places, but like you said, too many people. That's what we get for coming on a Saturday when the weather's this nice.
You're trying for shots of old rail tunnels?
Any old railroad or iron furnace stuff, really. But there's not that many left that you can easily get to.
The man's face lights up.
Have you been to the one out on Gehenna Hollow?
Maddie stands, giving Gunther a final scratch behind an ear.
Where's that?
Not far from here. I just went a few weeks ago. It's not marked on the maps. I sort of just found it by accident. Take 183 west from here for 10 minutes, then take Souter Road. Gehenna Hollow is the second left. The tunnel was maybe a mile or two out, right next to the road. Can't miss it.
Is it haunted?
Maybe. All these old tunnels have a ghost story or two, don't they?
Garrett suddenly started fast-forwarding the tape again. He was visibly uncomfortable, but before I could think of a question to break the silence, he stopped the tape and pressed play again. Garrett is back in the passenger seat of the van, filming a dusty gravel single track lined with trees so thick they could have been driving through an abandoned tunnel by accident.
God, I hope I don't meet anyone on this fucking road. You know how good old boys and jacked up trucks like to drive. Drinking beer, shooting deer in my big truck. Back roads licking toads in my big truck. God, shut up. Hey, that was good. You respect your elders. Driver controls the music. That means you... Shit!
There are the sounds of shrieking and tires scrabbling against gravel. The video blurs as the camera tumbles to the floor.
What the fuck was that, Josh?
Did you see it? We found it.
Garrett picks up the camcorder and swings it around to the passenger window. There, almost completely shrouded in foliage, is a massive black hole in the hillside. Josh maneuvers the minivan onto the opposite shoulder. The crew exits into dappled light, barely breaking through the dense canopy above, made all the more ethereal by the cloud of glittering road dust now hanging in the air.
All right, everyone, I brought extra flashlights.
Josh tosses a small toolbox to Allie before turning to dig his camera bag and tripod from the rear of the van.
Garrett, are you gonna need extra light in there? I've got an LED stand and a battery pack if you want it.
Maybe. But this does have night vision. I might try that out first.
Just don't aim that at me.
Oh, no, I would never do anything like that. Don't worry.
Garrett lets the camera linger on Maddie for several seconds as she ties her jacket around her waist.
This place is badass.
Allie jogs in and out of view towards the black maw of the hollow. Unlike Moonville, this tunnel completely lacks masonry or supports of any kind, appearing more like a natural cave than something carved by hand. The beams of the group's flashlights sweep through the rough sandstone walls, stained by iron ore and crusted minerals that seep out of the multitude of cracks in the rock. The floor of the tunnel is an uneven mix of sand, mud, and broken stones, some rather large, dislodged from the ceiling nearly 3 stories above. A flash briefly illuminates the cavernous space. Josh is snapping away with his Nikon as Allie passes him, pushing deeper into the darkness. A half circle of light from the other end of the tunnel can be seen in the far distance, perhaps 100 yards or more, though it's hard to tell as the camcorder struggles to maintain focus in the dim light.
Hey guys, come check this out.
Allie's voice sounds unusually distant, despite her only being a few dozen feet away. Chalk it up to a poor microphone and the tunnel's unique acoustics, I figured. The camera moves closer, occasionally tilting down as Garrett navigates around the rocks and puddles. Allie's flashlight sweeps across a pool of water that stretches from wall to wall.
When you're here, it's always no sleep.
Look.
She points the beam in front and away from her. The water keeps going until the light can no longer reach it.
Looks like this is as far as we can go.
That sucks.
Allie tosses a pebble into the water. It disappears immediately under the rippling surface.
I wonder how deep it is. If it's not that far.
There's no guarantee there aren't any big holes further out. This tunnel seems unfinished. I don't see any signs of the old railway outside leading up to it.
It could just be buried under all the trees and shit.
Allie shrugs, stepping away from the water's edge.
This has got to be, what, 150 years old?
At least. So it's possible. But I checked all the maps I have on the way here. They don't show any rail lines going through this area. And their records were pretty good. Kind of hard to lose a railroad.
Garrett walks back towards the light of the entrance, passing Josh and Noah. Maddie is at the mouth of the tunnel, poking around at the ground with a trekking pole.
What do you think?
She looks at the camera with a wan smile and a shrug before turning back to flipping rocks over with the pole.
It's all right, I guess.
Not a fan of the dark?
Not really.
So, you're staying with Allie at her place?
Maddie nods.
Her dad is my uncle. My parents on a cruise for 2 weeks.
Oh, cool. I mean, it sucks that you couldn't go with them. That they just left you behind. Do you go to Atwood?
No.
She flips another rock. A few black beetles scurry off to find other hiding places.
I was going for teaching at Marshall, but I kind of hated it, so I'm taking a year off.
Oh, okay. Cool.
There's a long, awkward moment where Garrett continues filming Maddie as she continues flipping stones. I looked over at him as we watched. He was still, though I thought I could see his lip quiver in the light from the TV.
Hey, check this out.
Maddie bends over and brushes leaves aside to reveal the corner of what appears to be a rectangular sheet of thick metal. She strains to pry it loose from the ground.
It's really heavy. Can you help me?
Yeah. Hold on.
The video stops, then immediately picks back up. But now the sign is laying uncovered on the bare ground in front of the tunnel. It's roughly the size of a poster board, and through the patina of soil and rust, I can just make out the raised lettering. Gehenna Tunnel, 1857.
This is really amazing. You might be the first people to see the sign in a really long time.
Maddie brushes more of the dirt and rust off the sign. Below the date, there appear to be deep gouges in the metal. It was hard to make out on the video, but apparently they were more letters.
Don't follow them. That's weird. Don't follow who? Hey!
At the sudden voice, the camera lurches up to reveal Allie at the mouth of the tunnel.
Jeez, Allie! You scared us!
Us? You're the only one that jumped.
She smirks. Then she notices the sign.
Whoa, sick. Did you guys just find this?
Yeah. Well, Maddie found it, over there in the weeds.
That's dope. Wait, what does that say?
Allie mouths the words dug into the metal, and her eyes grow wide.
Kinda creepy, isn't it? Yeah.
Allie bites her lip nervously, peering back over her shoulder into the tunnel.
So, I was all about this place at first, right? But like, the longer I look around, have you noticed that this place seems a little bit off?
Well, it's a big dark tunnel in the middle of the woods. What did you expect?
It's not just that, I mean, you know how you said it's not on your maps? Well, I tried to look it up online before we ran out of service. I couldn't find anything.
Maybe just not very many people know it's out here. If it was abandoned before it was used, then it was probably just forgotten about. We're pretty far out in the boonies.
There's another thing. Places like this attract rednecks, like a NASCAR barbecue, and they always leave shit everywhere. There's not a single piece of trash in that tunnel. No beer bottles, no condom wrappers, not even graffiti. This is probably private property, right? Someone might have cleaned it up recently. But why? And also, if the tunnel was abandoned before it was finished, why make a sign for it?
Maddie's probably right. There's probably someone that looks after the tunnel. They could have made the sign. We have no idea how old it actually is.
Maybe it's just... Sorry, I'm probably being stupid. No, I don't think you are, Allie. I don't like this place either. We should get Josh and Noah and tell them we want to leave.
Yeah, okay. I've got enough footage. I can record the rest later. Do you think it'd be alright to take the sign?
Allie chews on one of her nails.
Maybe not. If someone actually does take care of this place, they'll want their sign back. And if not...
They make their way back into the cave. The video was too dark to make out much, just the occasional flares from someone's flashlight. Then the muddy screen turned to shades of green and black. With the camcorder's night vision active, I could now clearly see Josh recording Noah with his phone in one hand and flashlight in the other. Noah, meanwhile, has his ear pressed against the wall of the tunnel, his eyes shut and brow furrowed in concentration.
Dude, what are you...
Noah holds up a finger to shush Allie. Josh looks at the camera and gives an exaggerated shrug.
Come on, someone else put your ear up to the wall. Tell me you don't hear that.
Hear what, dork?
I'll do it.
Maddie marches over to where Noah is listening. She pulls her long hair aside and presses an ear against the rough stone. After a short time, she turns and looks at Noah, then at everyone else. Her eyes are huge and black on the screen.
It sounds like a train.
I fucking told you, man.
Noah jabs a finger at his brother.
You can even feel it, right? Like a low rumble coming from somewhere.
Allie crosses her arms.
Seriously? You're both making this up.
No, Alyssa, I hear it. I really can. You try it, please?
Fine.
Allie huffs before placing her own head against the wall next to Maddie. She stands motionless for about half a minute, then pulls away, shaking her head.
All I hear is maybe some wind, something dripping. Caves make weird noises sometimes, you know?
Maybe there's another railroad not far from here. Sound can carry pretty far through the ground.
None that are still operational. The closest one still in use is at least 20 miles away.
I certainly couldn't hear anything that sounded like a train. Not surprising, given the old TV's single speaker and the camcorder's terrible microphone. What I did notice was that the picture seemed to be degrading as the video continued. This was to be expected, as the tape was likely as old as the camcorder itself. But it was a rather interesting coincidence that the static had only started increasing right as Noah told everyone to be quiet. Maddie steps away from the tunnel wall, sharing an anxious look with Allie.
Hey, Josh. Some of us are getting some serious creepies from this place.
The camera is trained on Josh's face, revealing a raised eyebrow.
What I mean is that I want to get the fuck out of here.
Josh looks around the group and gives a resigned sigh.
Okay, fine. We'll call it a day.
A minute later, he can be seen packing up his camera gear, and Allie is already making for the tunnel entrance. Garrett jogs to catch up with her, the green and black screen flaring to nearly white as even the heavily filtered sunlight overwhelms the sensor. They are nearly to the opening when Josh calls out from behind them.
Guys! Hey! Shit! Guys! Get back here! Hey, stop!
In the next instant, Garrett and the camera are running back into the tunnel, the video bouncing wildly. Josh is still yelling, quickly joined by Allie and Noah. Once the jarring motion stopped and the night vision caught up, I could see that Garrett was now standing next to Josh. Noah is in front of them, just beginning to step into the dark pool that floods half the tunnel. And several yards in front of them is Maddie, walking slowly through the water. No, not through water. On it. Each footfall makes only the slightest ripple, as if the pool is only millimeters deep. Noah, meanwhile, is nearly up to his waist. His waves catch up to Maddie, lapping at her ankles, though she doesn't seem to notice. She just continues onward, step after dry step. The camera abruptly switched back to normal color. It was dark, but as Garrett zoomed in, I could easily see Maddie silhouetted against the far opening of the tunnel. The bright green sunlit forest just beyond. Josh and Allie continued to yell, their voices distorting. A low, buzzing hum filled the listening room, the static still steadily increasing. Maddie had nearly reached the end of the tunnel, and so had Noah, now in dark water nearly to his armpits. He was nearly to her, shouting something unintelligible, as the screen became a smear of interference. I turned to look at Garrett, but he made no motion to stop the tape or indicate that it was over. Then the static and hum abruptly ceased. The video was crystal clear again, except now it showed Josh and Allie walking towards the tunnel entrance, talking excitedly.
Did you see those crystals I found? I got a good picture of them, I think.
Josh looks back over his shoulder at Garrett and the camcorder.
They were pyrite from iron ore deposits. There's a seam of blue clay back there. I wonder if that's why the tunnel looks unfinished. It might have made it too unstable.
It lasted this long.
I'd love to know how deep that water is so we could go all the way to the end. Maybe I'll borrow my dad's fishing bibs and check it out sometime.
Now I'm picturing you holding a trout in some mountain stream, grinning like an idiot.
Hey, I have a picture of that. For real, Dad and I used to go trout fishing with Uncle Matt all the time back in the day.
We should totally go fishing sometime. It's like bowling, but worse.
The three exit the cave. Josh stops to pick up the sign, lifting it with some effort.
I can't believe you found this.
Me either. I just saw the corner sticking out of the weeds over there.
Josh unlocks the SUV and opens the back hatch.
You got mud on your shoes. Please try to scrape it off before you get in. Mom would not be happy with me getting mud in her new Toyota.
Okay. Hey, do you think we got time for me to record one more thing real quick? Wait. Shit. This thing's almost dead. I have to charge it before it...
The tape stopped. We sat there in silence for a while, bathed in blue light from the television. Garrett stared down at the Sony camcorder in his lap, still tethered to the TV by its umbilical cord of cable. Okay, well, can you explain to me what just happened there? Garrett shook his head slowly, not looking up. So, Maddie and Noah heard something peculiar while you were all in the tunnel, and then when you went to leave, Maddie, well, she
walked on water and then disappeared. Noah too.
Well, with the lighting conditions and the degradation, I can't be sure. Garrett shook his head. I leaned forward in my seat. Okay, I'm very confused. At the end of the video, I only see you, Alyssa, and Josh leaving the tunnel. Maddie and Noah are completely gone, and yet none of you seem concerned about it.
We weren't concerned about it.
I shut my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose under my glasses. And also, you were initially driving a gray minivan. But when you left, you got into a white SUV, so how—
Because we didn't drive there with Noah and Maddie.
I opened my mouth to say something, but closed it again. Seeing my confusion, Garrett continued.
Noah and Maddie, they were in the video, yes. But neither me, nor Josh, nor Allie remembers them being with us that day.
So what, they were somewhere else? Like Noah was actually back at Josh's house the whole time?
He wasn't at Josh's house because Josh doesn't have a brother!
I blinked. What?
Josh doesn't have any siblings! And Allie's uncle doesn't have a daughter named Madison! None of us remember them being with us that day because neither of those two people exist! Never did!
Then how—
I don't know how!
Garrett moaned, running both hands through his hair. He stood up, causing me to lean back in my chair reflexively.
Josh borrowed his mom's SUV. She never had a van. And he, Allie, and I went to Hope Furnace and the Moonville Tunnel. We met a guy with a dog, and he told us about the Gehenna Tunnel. We went there, took some pictures, I shot some video, and we left. That's what I remember. When I got home, I played back the video, and there were strangers in it.
Did you show this to Josh and Allie?
Of course I did! They both thought it was a prank, but they couldn't explain how I did it. Like, I don't have the skills to pull off something like that, and I sure as heck don't know anyone or have the money to pay someone to insert two non-existent people into a high-8 tape and fake all of us interacting with them? Like, how would anyone even do that?
I don't know.
Allie and Josh both took lots of pictures and video with our other cameras and phones. All of them show exactly what we remember, which was just the three of us.
But why only your camera? How come it recorded them and not the others?
The only thing I can figure is because it's analog, not digital. When I tried to upload the video to my computer, the file corrupted. I took it to the visual media department here on campus to see if they could convert it, but nothing. Nothing they had would do it. Do me a favor and check your phone.
I had completely forgotten about the iPhone recording video behind us. I opened the camera app and stopped the video, then played it back. It had captured Garrett and myself well, despite the darkness of the room. However, the TV showed only a blank, black screen. There was no audio at all. Garrett watched over my shoulder and nodded solemnly, then picked up the camcorder.
See? Whatever actually happened, the tape is the only proof I have. And I won't have it for long.
He dropped heavily onto his chair.
The first time I watched the video, there was almost no static, except a part where they disappear. The second time when I showed it to Allie, it was worse. It's gotten worse each time I've watched it. I do want to play one part of it for you again. Just one more time, but that's it. Understand?
I nodded slowly. Garrett removed a pair of headphones from a hook over the table. He plugged them into the camcorder, then rewound the tape for a few seconds.
Just listen.
I slid the headphones on. When the tape started playing again, Noah had just entered the water after Maddie. Buzzing filled my ears, causing me to recoil. But hearing it for the second time, I picked up a distinct rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, rising and falling in a pattern. There was also another sound, higher pitched, long, and drawn out, kind of like a whistle. I strained to listen, pushing the cups of the headphones tighter. Barely discernible through the hum and Allie and Josh's cries to Maddie, I heard Noah's voice, so much like his brother's in tone, and I could just make out what he had been shouting to her right as they both vanished.
Don't follow her, Maddie. Don't look at the light, Maddie. Don't.
There was also something else I hadn't noticed before. Just as Maddie reached the end of the tunnel, for the briefest moment, there was a dark shape. A human shape so obvious that I'm not sure how I missed it the first time. And it was holding a light. Then it was gone, along with Maddie and Noah, lost in the dancing flecks of black and white that would eventually consume the only hard evidence that any of them ever existed. I handed the headphones back to Garrett. I thought by now that I'd seen and heard enough through my research and my own experiences that I wouldn't be surprised by anything. But this was... Whew. I exhaled the breath I didn't realize I was holding. Garrett, I'm not sure what to say. Except thank you for sharing this with me. I will do what I can to find out more. I stood up and turned the listening booth's lights back on. In the meantime, I suggest you put that tape somewhere safe. Maybe try putting it in something metal, like a Faraday cage. Do you know what that is? He nodded and put the camcorder back into his bag.
Ellie and Josh say they just want to forget about the tape, and that I should just get rid of it. It's harder for me, though, for a lot of reasons.
I gave him another handshake and told him to feel free to reach out to me if he had more information. As he left the room, he stopped, not turning to look at me as he spoke.
The part that bothers me the most about it? I just stood there and videoed them. I didn't try to stop them.
After Garrett left, I packed my gear in a daze and dragged the TV cart back to the media equipment room. Back at home, I reviewed the video from my phone. I tried a couple of different filters and programs, but the screen on the old Magnavox remained black. I did manage to pick up some of the hum in the audio. However, it lacked the rhythmic quality I'd heard through the headphones. I spent a week scouring the interwebs, posting to several sites and forums, asking for any information. Strangely, all of my posts disappeared within a few hours or a few days of making them. I had no problem finding Solder Road on any of the print or online map services I checked, but not a single one of them showed Gehenna Hollow. I easily found Josh and Alyssa on social media. No mention of Josh's brother, no Madison in Allie's family photos. I was about to move on when I found an image that I must have previously scrolled past. A photo on Josh's Instagram showing Allie petting a shaggy Leonberger, tagged with the caption, "Got to meet the famous @GoodBoyGunther17 today." After following Gunther, I sent a PM to his owner, Andrew Jurgis, as expected. had nothing posted mentioning a trip to Gehenna Hollow. I informed Mr. Jurgis that I was investigating area railroad hauntings and folklore, and that it was from him that Garrett had found out about the unknown tunnel. He responded that he remembered Garrett, but couldn't remember who told him about the Gehenna Hollow. I asked if he had any more information. He said that unfortunately he did not, so I figured that was that. Then, a few days later, I received a PM with an image.
I posted this a while back, but it got taken down for some reason, so I just took a new pic to show you. I have all these Polaroids of a woman that I don't recognize. I just got the camera from a thrift store a few months ago, but these photos are already fading badly. Maybe it was old stock? I want to figure out who this person is. Also, check out the one in the upper right. What do you think's going on?
In the image, there are several Polaroids lying on a desk. Each one is either Andrew by himself, Andrew with his dog, or they're devoid of people. There is no woman in any of them. The photo at the upper right shows what looks like a large cave in a heavily forested hillside. Or perhaps a tunnel. I asked Andrew if he wouldn't mind mailing me the physical photographs so that I could study them for a short time. That was 8 months ago, but I've never heard back from him. I've debated sharing this for a while, knowing that it's likely this account will disappear shortly after it's posted. During that time, the temptation to find out if there really is a second left off of Sauter Road haunted me. But I moved on to other projects, other research. What finally led me to post this is what happened just a few days ago. That afternoon, I returned home to find a large package at my front door. I'd been expecting a delivery and thought nothing of it. Though I was surprised at how heavy it was. I carefully opened it and removed something flat in bubble wrap, roughly the size of a piece of poster board. I checked the box. No postmarkings or shipping labels. Just a plain cardboard box. As I type this, it's leaning against the wall behind me. Physical proof of a place that doesn't seem to exist. Hell, I'm not even sure why the sign itself exists, but... well, I don't make the rules. I wish I could share a picture of it. You can guess what happens each time I've tried. For now, I will just ask that you take this story as truth, and to heed the advice gouged below the words, Gehenna Tunnel, 1857. Don't follow them.
That one was neat.
As the train pulls into the terminal, we ask that you gather what's left of your sanity and depart the train. Thank you for traveling with us on the Sleepless Express. The No Sleep Podcast is presented by Creative Reason Media. The musical score was composed by Brandon Boone. Our production team is Phil Michalski, Jeff Clement, and Jesse Cornett. Our editorial team is Jessica McAvoy and Ashley McAnally. To discover how you can get even more sleepless horror stories from us, just visit sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com to learn about the Sleepless Sanctuary. Ad-free, extended episodes each week, and lots of bonus content for the dark hours, all for only one low monthly price. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you for traveling the rails with us for our 21st season.
This This audio program is copyright 2024 by Creative Reason Media, Inc. All rights reserved. The copyrights for each story are held by the respective authors. No duplication or reproduction of this audio program is permitted without the written consent of Creative Reason Media, Inc.
Okay. Yeah, sure, why not?
If you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, Grainger knows you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tickets, please. Find your seats. The train will be departing shortly. You're aboard the Sleepless Express, a direct journey into the darkness of the night. There are no sleeping cars available on this train. On this journey, you will experience the horrors found within the dark landscapes and endless black tunnels. You will hear things which will leave you frightened and disturbed. And remember, there will be no stops until the very end of the line. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. Welcome aboard the No Sleep Podcast. I'm your conductor.
Gonna get up super quick.
Cummings.
It's tough just being yourself these days, isn't it?
Let's turn the heater off. Okay, we should be good.
We all have that big blob of goo between our ears, and we can only hope that our brain lets us be in complete control of our thoughts and feelings. No room for anyone else. But we've learned from horror through the years that the idea of a person being controlled by some other entity is a common occurrence. I guess that's why they say possession is 9/10 of the law. And when it comes to being possessed, it's not just those good old, or bad old demons at work these days. No, your body, your mind, your essence is fair game for any number of potential spiritual suitors. And we can start to understand why the idea of being possessed by something else, something outside of yourself, is such a fertile source of horror stories. In days past, humanity didn't understand things like mental illness or neurodivergence. So it was easier to assume a person was possessed by a spirit rather than having a mental condition. But despite how we've progressed in the knowledge of the human psyche, sometimes it's easier and more horrifying to portray someone as being beyond their own control, living with something else within them that has undeniable influence over them. In this episode, we delve into tales which present people who are, well, like cheerleaders. They go around saying, "We've got spirit." Yes, we do. We've got spirit. How about you?
And now, the train is ready to depart. Your journey into the darkness begins now.
In our first tale, we meet a woman, a man. We meet someone who has been both and neither many times over. You see, the fate that they've been dealt allows them to live many lives in a second-hand manner, jumping from soul to soul. And in this tale, shared with us by author Alexis Debon, it's one life in particular that is remembered, not just for how it started, but also for how it ended. Performing this tale are Lindsay Russo, Danielle McRae, Kristen DiMercurio, Graham Rowett, Jeff Clement, and Mike Delgadio.
Sounds like Quantum Leap.
So live a good long life. It's better than saying, "Bury me in borrowed pasts."
Yesterday, I was a ballerina. Before that, a firefighter. All these lives to dress up in, people to be. I'd like to be a crooner one day, sing to doe-eyed girls at karaoke. Can you do Josh Turner? Swoon! But I never know until I step into the person I become. Who will I be tomorrow? Isabel Walters, 1967 to 2022. Not the best year to have as my last. Paul Tanaka, 1923 to 2015. Too old. Everything starts to hurt after 70. I don't need 2 decades of that. Ruby Gray, 1964 to 1994. Well, that just has good time written all over it. 30 is young. It was probably a dramatic death. Maybe I'm one of those April suicides whose world stopped turning when Kurt left it. Ruby Gray. That's who I'll be. I stand above the headstone. Marble. I had money. Good. And recite the incantation. I close my eyes, cross my hands over my chest, and let myself fall. Down, down, all the way to September 17th, 1964. All wet and sticky and covered in somebody else's blood. I cry before the nurse gets a chance to smack me. Ruby's infancy is plagued with illness, and at the age of 2, she contracts a case of measles that almost kills her. I, possessing the knowledge that she still has another 28 years to go, know she'll get over it. But her parents are beside themselves. They love her completely. But they know what I do. That something changed in her when she came so close to death. I've been through this before, with chain-smoking businessmen and war heroes. But never a baby. And it feels entirely different. Like the mirror is looking back at me, like she knows I'm here. This is no normal near-death experience. Even after returning from the brink, no one has ever become aware of me before. I've come close to death and survived it before, but this is new. Several years pass before she says anything that adults take seriously. But she's mentioned many times that she feels crowded. Her parents think it's adorable, and she laughs along with them until she's old enough to realize that their laughter comes from a place of disbelief. Or worse, rationalization.
Does someone need the potty?
Oh, Ruby, are there too many blankets on you?
Okay, sweetheart. Mommy and Daddy will give you some alone time with your toys.
But I know what she means when she says crowded. She means me. It's not until her grandfather dies that they realize she's serious. That it's not just her kiddish way of expressing herself, that she's being literal. She's 8 now, and she has full command of her language. It's harder to write off the things she says as cute little girlisms. They hold her hand on the grassy hill and explain to her what it means that Grandpa is being put into the ground. That he's gone to heaven, but a part of him will always be here for them to visit, marked with a stone that has his name on it. That death is a part of life, but only this life here on Earth. And that it's okay to cry, Ruby. If you want to cry, cry. You don't have to be brave. They give each other concerned glances when they realize she's not fighting tears the way they are. But she's distracted. Not present at all during such a formative experience. Even as the preacher closes the Bible and Ruby casts her roses into the freshly dug hole on the hill, she's somewhere else.
I think she's overwhelmed.
I'm not overwhelmed. It's just that I know this place. I've been here before.
Another exchange of concerned looks. Ruby, frustrated with never being taken seriously, points down the cobblestone lane to her left.
Up that hill, there's Abigail Coulson. She was a ballerina. Her father drank too much and he always used to forget to pick her up in ballet class. And then when she became a professional ballerina, he tried to ask her for money because he didn't know that ballerinas don't get paid very much, even though their pictures are on buildings.
More concerned looks.
You think I'm making it up? Okay. Up that hill
She points.
is Bobby Jackson. He was a fireman. He died of cancer, but he didn't have to. He just kept saying he was fine, even though everyone was worried when he lost all that weight. He didn't want to tell anybody how bad his stomach hurt until one day he couldn't keep it a secret anymore, and it turned out he had cancer, and it was too late. His wife made really good pork chops.
Ruby, how do you know what cancer is?
Her mom crouches on one knee and looks her daughter intensely in the eye. Half worry, half threat. I know she's never heard the word cancer. I've been with her since birth, and no one has ever spoken about cancer with her. That's not why she knows it.
I'm feeling very crowded, and it's all too close here.
What do you mean close, Ruby?
I know.
The tears her mother fought at
We've
the
been
barrier
having
are now pouring down her cheeks.
internet issues again.
It doesn't matter. It's just too much. I don't like it. Too many memories. They're all here now.
This is bad. I wonder if I should jump ship early. I'm here in the cemetery where I need to be and start on someone new, where I could stay undetected. But a part of me also wants to know how this plays out. I've always just been the empty space that fills the passenger seat. This will be a brand new experience. We're back in the car and I've passed up my opportunity to return to more of the same. On we go, Ruby and I, into uncharted territory. When we get home, it's straight to the kitchen table for a family discussion, which rapidly dissolves into her parents arguing with each other about how they want to handle this. Ruby, perceptive as she is, understands it's best to keep things to herself.
I was only making up stories. Please don't worry. I'm sorry.
Ruby, honey, we know that. But how is it that you know about things like grown-ups who drink too much, or what cancer is? And why would you say such inappropriate things when you should be paying your respects to Grandpa?
We're listening
Her mother
to No
wilts
Sleep.
into her chair, puffy-eyed and sniffly.
I don't know.
But in her mind, Ruby's thinking at me, asking for advice. I don't know what to say either, and I'm in no position to offer suggestions even if I did. I don't get involved in these things. I'm a spectator, not a participant.
We need to take her to the doctor. She's been making all sorts of strange comments. This is the final straw.
Gary, no, she's not sick. She just has an overactive imagination.
She's not right. Something's wrong, Jane. Why are you always so damn stubborn?
Arms cross over chests, brows furrow. Mrs. Gray avoids eye contact, picking at her cuticles while Mr. Gray paces the room with his hands knitted together on top of his head.
Really? I'm sorry. I was just being silly. Promise.
4 incredulous eyes cut through her. I know they're worried it could be something worse than illness or creativity run amok. I've occupied religious people before, and that look is one I recognize. But neither of them is going to say so. I had been so looking forward to reliving the 1960s and 70s, especially as a kid, to see the world around me blossom with flower power, feel the energy that came with Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix, idolizing all those high school kids saturated in psychedelics, so close I could touch them, knowing I could never be them, but still hoping. To want something so badly, even though I don't quite understand it. Ruby has no such luck. She gets sent home from school for the last time when she's 11. The principal notified her parents on the first day of classes when she walked up to one of her teachers and said, Mildred, you are my sister, Mildred Parker." This was deeply disturbing for Miss Statler, whose sister had died decades earlier and who had taken the job at Hillside after she was widowed. Nobody knew her maiden name. That got Ruby into a lot of trouble, both at home and at school. Word travels fast in the classroom, and before long, kids were calling her a freak and throwing pencils at her in the hall. 3 months in, and things have only gotten worse.
We keep trying to engage her, to get her to participate, be a part of the class. But she won't interact with the other students. Her attention always seems so focused inward. We can't get her out of that shell.
The conversation with the principal ends with the suggestion that maybe she try homeschooling, at least for the rest of the year. Mr. and Mrs. Gray agree that this is the best course of action and withdraw Ruby from Hillsdale.
Ruby, sweetheart, we just don't know what else to do with you. We've tried everything. Dr. Cushing couldn't find a thing wrong with you to explain all this. But, sweetheart, you are sick. Your father and I both worry that...
Old, familiar tears fall from her mother's eyes. It's a wonder she doesn't have channels carved into her cheeks by now with all the crying she does.
It's not your body. It's not your mind. We worry that...
She chokes on the words she's kept locked away for so long.
Ruby, we worry that maybe it's your soul that's sick.
But I am not a demon. Some agent of Satan. An exorcism? For me? This won't work. I can't just be evicted from her body when there's nowhere else to go. Take Ruby to see her grandpa, and I'll leave. Find someone else. I don't want to be here anymore either. My presence has altered the course of her life. Maybe ruined it. I want to free her of me, to give her the miraculous recovery everyone is praying for. But I'd never make it into another life before I was lost forever. And though I've died so many hundreds of times, those deaths were never my own. They sit Ruby in a chair and call the preacher. She's crying, terrified. She hears her father's voice from the next room, quaking with something other than fear. She wonders if he's at the end of his rope with concern for her well-being, or if he's just frustrated and shaken at the realization of his own powerlessness. Her mother comes into the room, cooing gentle words as sweetly as she can manage. Though Ruby knows she has already decided that the child she is comforting is something other than her daughter.
I promise, Mommy, I'm not bad. I don't have the devil in me, I swear.
Mrs. Gray's eyes shift back and forth, as if calculating whether the gasps between Ruby's sobs are something to sympathize with or fear. It is hours of tears before the preacher arrives. All 3 of them are fighting sleep when he knocks on the door. The sound jolts Ruby from her dozing, and she listens as 3 sets of footsteps approach the chair her parents told her she could not leave.
Sorry I took so long. I came as soon as I could.
He is fully alert, on edge. An exorcism is a terrifying experience that no man of the cloth hopes to perform, and his shaky hands and tremulous voice betray his lack of self-assuredness. His eyes are wide open, alert, and the skin of his face is taut with anxiety. He sucks his bottom lip like a pacifier. All this in extreme contrast to the yawning, half-asleep parents he has come to see. Her father sleepily goes over all the troubling events that have taken place. Every time Ruby has mentioned the lives of people long dead and unknown to the Grays. All the time she has seemed lost behind her eyes, like she was engaging with someone else in there. The preacher looks at Ruby, sitting obediently on her chair, and the tension in his face lightens.
Has she been speaking in any languages that would be unfamiliar to her?
No.
Has she been acting out? Behaving violently?
No.
Has she been running a fever at all?
No.
Ruby feels a glimmer of hope as his expression becomes one of sympathy and his posture softens. He speaks to her directly.
Hello, Ruby. Would you mind holding something for me?
Okay.
She holds her palms out.
Close your eyes.
Her parents hold each other, almost as if they wish something would happen. This must be embarrassing for them. Ruby closes her eyes. The preacher puts something heavy and cold in her hands. She closes her fingers around it to feel the shape.
Do you know what that is, Ruby?
Is it your cross?
Open your eyes.
She opens them and sees she is holding a cross that he had brought with him from church. She knows it well. It's the one that stays at the altar. Her parents lean in, expectantly.
What does it feel like when you hold it, Ruby?
Like metal?
Anything else?
She searches her mind for the right answer.
Cold and heavy?
Mr. and Mrs. Gray.
He leads them out of the room and lowers his voice to a whisper, though not as quiet as he meant to be.
I don't think Ruby is possessed at all.
But they're not convinced. They plead with him to explore more ways to coax out the demon. But he stays firm in his diagnosis that the only thing Ruby suffers from is an overactive imagination. He recommends they give her a notebook and pencil and encourage her to put all her stories to paper.
Maybe she'll be the next Mary Shelley.
With that, he tells them they'd all do well to have a good night's sleep and sees himself out the door. Mr. Gray is no longer yawning. He is furious. He is determined to drive out whatever unholy entity has taken hold of his once perfect little girl.
Jane, I know that isn't our Ruby, and I'm gonna take care of it once and for all.
He goes upstairs. Ruby hears the sounds of water rushing into the tub and her sobs become wails. She looks to her mother for help, but her mother will no longer make eye contact. Mrs. Gray keeps her gaze to the floor, her shoulders slumped low and her hands hard at work picking at each other.
Your father knows best.
Footsteps fall heavy down the staircase and her father, glowing red with rage, returns to Ruby, still seated in her chair. He jerks her hard by the hand and yanks her up. Her shoulder aches, hot and throbbing, dislocated by the pull. Her father is too preoccupied to notice.
Daddy, please.
But his mind is made up. Mr. Gray is certain that the preacher is wrong, that Ruby is possessed by an infernal force and that it is corrupting her soul. She's in the bathroom now, and he tells her to get on her knees and face the tub. Too terrified of what might happen if she doesn't, Ruby complies. Mrs. Gray stands half inside the door, still as stone, holding her breath. With one big father-sized hand, he binds her wrists behind her back, and with the other hand he grips the back of her head, fingers tangled in her hair.
You will leave my daughter!
But I can't. He can't drown me out. That won't work. Dead or alive, she has to be in the cemetery for me to leave. And she has 19 years before her body is buried. Take her there. I'll go. I want to go. But he persists, dunking her head in the bathwater 3, 4, 5 more times, unfaltering through the sounds of her choking, gasping, drowning. Each push held longer than the one before. The splash of her face against the water harder each time as his frustration grows, until eventually he notices how long it's been since she wriggled against his grip, since she begged garbled syllables interrupted by submersion, since her back heaved desperately against his forearm. Ruby's eyes shut forever, but I can still hear through her ears and feel through her dead body. This is always the worst part. When I'm alone in the shell that used to house someone, feeling blood thicken with inertia, eyeballs going from slick to sticky to shriveled, tongues turning rough like felted wool against desiccated gums. That horrible period, withering in darkness before embalming and then burial, until I'm deposited back in the ground of the cemetery, home, and I can start all over, be someone new. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I should have left when I had the chance. More than half of her already short life lost. I hear both her parents crying now. Her mother, shaky like an engine running on too little gas, sounds hoarse and dry, and all out of tears. Her father sounds regretful, full of remorse. That won't do any good now. The time for regret to serve any function has expired. He apologizes over and over.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sniffling through stifled sobs, he exits the bathroom, leaving Ruby with her mother, who confesses all the things she should have done to stop it, repeating, "I love you," into dead ears. He returns sometime later, after Mrs. Gray has fallen asleep on the bathroom floor, Ruby's head cradled in her lap. Two big hands grip Ruby's ankles, and Mrs. Gray stirs beneath her.
Gary, no!
We have to. We can't bring her body in and have her buried in the cemetery. Hey, get the chair, Jane. Is that what you want, to lose us both?
No, you can't!
Opposing forces pull at Ruby's limp body. Mother at the wrists, father at the legs.
What do you want to say? She drowned herself in the bathtub? That's not physically possible, Jane!
Ruby's mother screams one last time as her grip loosens, as the corpse gets heaved up from the tile floor, into Daddy's arms and carried downstairs into the night. He whispers, "Shh, it's gonna be okay," to the daughter whose life he stole, and drops her into a freshly dug hole in the backyard. One shovel at a time, soil showers over Ruby's body, muffling the noise from the world above until all that remains is silence. Minuscule creatures come to feast, burrowing into skin and rigor mortised muscle. I've never stayed for this part, but I have nowhere else to go.
Well then, that one was fucked up.
Save over $200 when you book weekly
Save
stays
over
with Verbo this
$200.
winter. If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to catch up in a snowy cabin. Take a week-long vacation and save over $200. Book now at Verbo.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know how it goes. In a small town, there are murders taking place on a regular basis. Good thing the town has a local busybody who is keen to investigate and solve the murders. But in this tale, shared with us by author S.R. Krieger, we learn a lot more about how and why the murders are committed, and why said busybody is so keen on them. Performing this tale is Erica
When are they
Sanderson.
not? Last stream we heard the origin of
So, with
Slender Man.
apologies to Jessica Fletcher, we'll be a bit devilish in calling this
Yeah,
one
true.
Murder She Summoned.
Try as you may, Inspector. You can't take your eyes off me. Well, off yourself, I suppose. The reflected lips that speak with my voice still belong to you. Come now, don't gape. If you didn't want this to happen, then why did you sneak into her writing room? Clever of you to choose the night she plays bridge with the neighbors, and speak those words into this mirror. There now. Doesn't it feel better to let your jaw relax? You are a practical man, I know. To business, then. Interrogate away. Did Elspeth call me on purpose? What a question to begin with. Mine are known for hair-splitting, but I wager even you'd agree the situation is difficult to dissect. Did she recite the evocation and bind my name? Yes. Was it an accident? No. Did she believe anything would come of it? I can't say for certain, but I ask you, a man of no small experience, would 4 giggling 16-year-olds at a well-regarded finishing school dare each other to unholy ceremonies if they really believed we would answer? I wasn't the only one so solicited. Elspeth's 3 friends had fabricated their own sinister-sounding appellations and so spawned 3 mewling newborns of my kind. However, even at that age, Elspeth was meticulous. She had researched the subject in the rectory in order to avoid making a fool of herself in front of the more popular girls, and in doing so, she chanced upon my time-worn name. And so there I was, the lone voice of age and experience among eager infants. Patience, I warned them, may be a virtue, but that doesn't mean one can't apply it towards proper vice. Sadly, the imps did not heed my astute words, went straight to work possessing their oblivious young hosts, tugging greedily at every temptation born to those girlish hearts. The neophytes had barely induced their prey to talk back to the headmistress before Father Mackay cottoned on and privately exorcised them back to the nothingness from which they sprang. What surprises you, Inspector? That I speak so candidly of my companion's complete obliteration? Ah, no, I see. Well, they've certainly let themselves go, but back in those days the clergy knew what they were doing, at least when it came to us. Being as I intimated knowledgeable of the ways of mortals, I resolved for this reason to wait. I was determined to make the most of young Elspeth's unexpected invitation, and so I settled unperceived into her life. What? Ritual incense? My dear, no. That'll be the potpourri sachets. Inspector, I am embarrassed for your ignorance. Elspeth keeps them in the closet to freshen her winter wardrobe. Now, do pay attention. Vainglory is no longer considered a deadly sin, but one does like to feel as though one is being listened to. As I was saying, I did my best to stay inobtrusive as Elspeth grew, though you mustn't think I went hungry all those years. When left to its own devices, your kind ensured and ensures no shortage of evil in the world. Elspeth's natural cleverness, independence, and lack of what you mortals consider beauty incited the anemic but still nourishing everyday iniquities of opportunity denied, talent suppressed, and potential squandered. I encouraged Elspeth's own weaknesses, her prurience and judgment of her neighbors, but only inconspicuously, although truly I had very little to do. It was not I who made her lonely and suspicious and envious of others' love. That was she, and also the rest of you. What's that? Fond of Elspeth? Not in any sense you would understand. Perhaps you think so because even when those such as Father Mackay began to die out, their spiritual knowledge eclipsed by art and science, I never sought to corrupt her. But that's the short-sighted view of a mortal. Have you forgotten already that one of the pillars of our dominion is sloth? As you know from even your brief acquaintance, Elspeth is obdurate. Afraid both of pleasure and of not being able to obtain it, she spent a lifetime persuading herself that its pursuit is folly. I, on the other hand, consider that true foolishness is expending momentous effort when minimal exertion will do. As Elspeth advanced towards old age and death, I weighed the expected sum of the steady trickle of sustenance over her remaining years against what I could hope for from a final, conspicuous act of ruination that would force me to flee. As soon as I determined the latter to be greater than the former, I moved. I sent rage and despair and fear as keenly as a hound does its prey. And even in a small village such as this, I was less lacking for opportunity than overwhelmed by it. It is your common misconception that we impose upon our chosen instruments the urge to violence. More distant from the truth, this could not be. We do not instill bloodlust in you. No, nor even strengthen it where it already exists. Oh, I can distort the minds of mortals, but why would I? When all I need do is whisper, no one will ever know. Don't furrow your brow in judgment, Inspector. You think that you wouldn't dream, and never could, but you've merely imagined not being discovered with the pitiful capabilities of your flesh and blood brain.
No one will ever
I've
know.
never gifted you with the bone-deep certainty that you are unaccountable before heaven, hell, and all who walk this earthly road underway to one or the other. I chose Sir Henry primarily because Elspeth passed often through his sphere, bringing her and me close enough to him to exert my influence without unbecoming effort. And secondarily, because I judged his life of entitlement and power to have trained the vines of his disposition to climb wrath. We are not omniscient, and I did not, at the time, know about the affair, or the will, but I can't say I was surprised when Lady Codwall turned up strangled in the library. Nor was I surprised at the glorious banquet of pain, fear, and suspicion that erupted in the wake of the deed. What did very much surprise me was Elspeth. I was, of course, familiar with her officiousness, but I had thought that revulsion would keep her away. In this, I was mistaken. At first, I was vexed at her investigation, as in my experience, once a mortal resolves to examine my machinations in earnest, it is only a short time before I must abandon my host in a last great rending of blood and flesh, lest I risk obliteration. I had intended to savour Sir Henry's handiwork for some time yet, but resigned myself to early flight. But here, Elspeth surprised me once again. The earthbound sensibilities that had made it no great trial to ride her mind even into Sunday services kept her fixated not on the more profound question of why one human being, until now flawed but whole of soul, might inflict such carnage, but on the mundane details of how and who and for what material purpose. This was the first reason I did not immediately truncate my investment and tear her to shreds. The second was how, to my delight, as Sir Henry felt Elspeth's inductive noose cinch round his throat, he compounded his first killing with additional slaughter. Now the conviction I had gifted him was gone. Now each witness or busybody who spoke to Elspeth was a deadly threat. Oh, Inspector, the paranoia, the anguish, and most delicious of all, the futility. For I had no doubt then that Elspeth would see the thing through, no matter how many corpses Sir Henry strewed in her path. By the time she caught up with him, he could see no solution to a problem save murdering it away, and with no other avenue of escape, he determined the only problem left to solve was his own continued existence. I doubt you can properly understand the profundity of my pleasure in these events. No, I don't mean the joy in human suffering. That is well within your experience. Compared to my agelessness, however, your 30-odd years make you an infant, and thus incapable of truly appreciating, as I do, novelty. The last time I dwelt among mortals, if death shadowed an individual, especially one as overlooked and alone as Elspeth, they would have drowned her for witchcraft. More so if she further involved herself in the matter. But instead, well, I cannot say the local constabulary lauded her, but they did not denounce her either. And when, out of curiosity more than hunger, I whispered impunity into another mind, that of the vicar's brother, the police welcomed her interference. Out of everything I've told you, this disturbs you the most. Deny it all you like. I can sense the kindled outrage, the cold and oozing jealousy. That is why... but I get ahead of myself, do I not? I suppose you know what followed the affair at the vicarage. St. Agnes on the Heath and the nearby populations, especially those in which Elspeth enjoys social or familial ties, have experienced an epidemic of poisonings, hunting accidents, and staged suicides. Elspeth has, of course, multiplied the suffering of those affected by doggedly investigating each tragic event. I cannot take credit for her successes. Give the devil his due is your phrase, not ours. But her string of triumphs indulged my appetite, all the more as each wrong-headed theory and mistaken assumption on the paths to those triumphs sated infinitesimally more of my insatiable nature. Imagine, then, my dismay when Elspeth began to learn. Your kind prides itself on its imagination, and yet after the first score of murders, the same tedious methods of homicide cropped up again and again. Elspeth's work began to occupy a matter of hours rather than days, giving hardly any time for collateral corpses. You must see by now that this simply wouldn't do. Gluttony and greed spurred me to that which I'd ordinarily abhor: invention. At first I thought a change of scenery might suffice. I therefore spread my influence farther afield, to acquaintances off to tourist in foreign lands, which Elspeth would then have to visit, and old schoolmates' prestigious places of employment, which Elspeth would then have to explore. I couldn't do much to alter the tired old motives of lust thwarted, covetousness and rage, but at least new environments meant new means. This engaged her for some time, but not long enough. After another half-dozen killings, she began once more to adapt. The predictable motives, I determined, were the problem. What remedy was then left to me but meddling more directly with minds? At first, I stayed alert to minds already balanced on the edge. Again, this was not difficult. You long ago invented your own tools for breaking the human spirit, calling them civilization to obscure their terrible price. Without a concrete plan, I expanded my whisper. You are too clever and too strong to be caught. You deserve better. No one else is as real as you. The results were most satisfactory, as you will remember from my latest experiment, who drew your attention to Elspeth. It was you, I believe, who christened him the Brother John Killer, but it was she who stopped him after only 2 deaths. The problem should be obvious. 2 is not very many, not compared to my previous protégés, who reached at least 4 each. I fear that soon Elspeth will once again be nimbler than my handiwork can render her challengers. So, I've decided to do something I've never done before. I know. How appalling that I'd put effort into constructing a situation when there is yet low-hanging fruit ripe for plucking. Still, with the substantial remuneration ever in my thoughts, I did all I could to keep my labours minimal. For example, I chose a subject already seething with resentment. You begin to see now, don't you? To be frank, Inspector, even without direct perception of your soul, I would have known how you felt from the moment you stepped off the London train 2 weeks ago. Your lips cannot shape the word miss without wet disdain. Your spine stiffens every time you remember you require her presence. Not for her skills, you think, but to appease the superiors she seems to have bewitched. Your sneer curls when you think she isn't looking. She isn't, but I am. Of course, you too have been frightfully observant. I knew you would be. I knew you couldn't possibly believe that... Let's see. How would you put it? An unmarried old bitch was more discerning than you. She is, by the way. That you would know to the depths of you that somehow she had to be cheating. You were desperate for the evidence of her deep, dark secret. And so I gave it to you. I gave it in the flash of something the colour of dried blood in her cataract-clouded eyes. In the faint guttural whispering, so soft it was barely there when she passed too close. The cockerel entrails spread across the hen-yard were regrettably heavy-handed. But then, as I have said, you are not the most discerning... Oh, you can move your right hand after all. Not very much, it seems. Still, that was quite good aim for such limited mobility. If those really were splinters from the true cross and not souvenir trinkets from your sister's holiday in Rome, I expect I'd be, well, probably not in agony. You're no Father Mackay, and his exorcistic secrets have, thankfully, followed him to the grave. There. That ought to keep you nice and compliant. I daren't risk a scream, after all. Please don't consider this revenge. Your attempt to have the doctor from your club declare Elspeth mentally unfit could certainly be grounds for retaliation for one who cares for her, but in case I haven't yet made myself clear, I bear no will, good, ill, or otherwise, towards you, her, or any other mortal being. This will, however, hurt. It can't really be otherwise, splitting your mind in two. You see, upon reflection, I've realized that in every case, Elspeth relies on the behavior of the killers afterwards. Their knowledge of the crimes they have committed and the punishment that follows discovery shapes their actions. But how quickly, I wonder, could she trace a murderer who doesn't know he is one? I'll compress the gut-deep thrill of fear that prickles your neck in a dark wood at night and the blood-hot rage that wells up the slightest scratch to your ego. A dash of animal slyness, the instinct for deception in the name of survival squeezed in. Altogether quite small compared to the rest of you. This part, the part that thinks, the part that I am addressing, will remember none of this, or of what my tiny, tempestuous creation does when it takes control. Now hold still. Elspeth and I are going to have so much fun.
I was like half listening to that one.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Way too much talking and explaining shit.
When a family celebrates a special event, it's nice to have everyone in attendance. There really should be no reason for anyone to miss it. But in this tale, shared with us by author Trina Wooten Baring, the siblings are all there, and they all know about the plan and what has to happen.
The plan!
Performing this tale are Sarah Thomas, Mary Murphy, Reagan Tacker, Marie Westbrook, and Aaron Lillis. So some things are too important not to request. That's why you have to say it. The ask.
Caddy came home for JJ's graduation party, straight out of Memphis society, appearing smooth and celebrity-like. Sleek hair swept up in a roll at the back of her head, her face a powdery alabaster. The tiny sliver of a scar above her eyebrow blotted out with foundation. Her beige suit and matching pillbox hat were wholly unwrinkled, even as she stepped out of 2 hours confinement in her newly minted 1965 Buick. I was Delta Farm Fuzzy, fluffy around the edges from my hair blowing in the wind whipping off the land. My party dress, with its little pink and white tufts bobbing between organza folds, only made me look like a shedding mimosa tree. It's not that, at the age of 16, I aspired to be a doctor's wife, all polished and poised in white felt gloves and crisp white kitten heels. But at that moment, when I saw her ascend the porch stairs, the fact that Caddy had pulled off her escape so well Seemed like a family triumph. One of us, at least, had made it out. JJ, who while he was away at Ole Miss had grown long arms and legs that had outpaced the width of his shoulders, stood on the front porch like an upside-down exclamation point. He greeted everyone dutifully as they arrived, Daddy at his side holding him hostage. I had no official role in the party, being merely the surviving little sister. I wandered aimlessly between the silver trays of canapes and coupe-shaped champagne glasses until, inevitably, someone asked me to fetch something from the kitchen. I was still young enough to be allowed behind the swinging door into the kitchen without being shooed out by our cook, Flavia. Sissy followed me in. I was pretty sure no one else knew she'd come back for the party. They were far too happy and calm.
Why is she here without him?
She was talking about Caddy and the doctor husband. But I couldn't answer until we were alone. It wouldn't do. They all thought I was crazy enough as it was, fearful I was heading down the path that Aunt Emma Kate had taken. She had checked out of reality altogether. But in my case, Sissy was reality. She was the only reality. The rest of it was all stagecraft. I fetched whatever it was Mama had sent me for, another tray of shrimp cocktail or petit fours or some such, and motioned for Sissy to follow me out. There were a surprising number of townspeople, as the plays program would call them, standing in clusters on the ancient Persian rug in the living room, leaning against the mantelpiece, perched on the arms of overstuffed chairs, or backs to the walls, stiffly making small talk. JJ was not the center of attention. He could not command the limelight. Caddy, in all her Memphis glory, held the spotlight, metaphorically speaking, with no sense whatsoever that she should relinquish it to her younger brother on his big day. She stood with her lips tight and her hand on the arm of whatever man was near her in casual conversation, as though nothing bad had ever happened to her, as if nothing bad had ever happened to any of us.
Who does she think she is, anyway?
Let's go. I knew nobody would hear me above the amiable chatter. I was irrelevant. I could dance on the dining room tabletop and no one would notice. Not when Caddy was in the house. Unless, of course, they could see Sissy. She would take their breath away. She would pull the air out of their lungs and reduce them to gawking, silent, helplessly quivering shells of themselves. Come with me. We knelt beside the front staircase. I unlatched the planked closet door and we crawled in beneath the steps. She pulled the door closed because she could. She could move things. I accepted that she could still do that, in spite of being dead. Only a tiny sliver of daylight framed the angled cupboard door. The rest was darkness.
I hate her.
Oh, she's all right. I handed her a tea sandwich I had swapped. I'd forgotten that she didn't need to eat. I was always hungry. I wondered what it would be like to never be hungry again. For the ravenous gnawing I always felt to be replaced by a different kind of emptiness.
No, you don't understand.
There was something she wanted to tell me. Just then, the door opened, and we were momentarily blinded by the light.
What are you doing under here?
It was JJ. What are you doing snooping in closets?
Are you hiding?
Hey, JJ.
Hey, sissy.
Damn it. He bent down and made himself as small as he possibly could, folding his limbs in and shoving a tangle of tennis rackets out of the way. He sat down on top of some old tablecloths at the tall end of the closet. He produced a tenth of bourbon and sloshed it towards Sissy. She screwed up her face. I reached out and grabbed it and took a swig. It went down sharp.
Was it still awful for you in Oxford until the last?
I hadn't known it had ever been awful for him. But then it made sense that it was. The way he was.
Oh, you get used to it.
He shrugged. Going to Ole Miss didn't really count as escaping. It wasn't really getting out. Not like Caddy had.
You want to come with me to the Hollywood later?
The Hollywood was a steakhouse, music joint, and bar up by Moon Lake on the way to Memphis, where JJ intended to have a real party after this fake one. Sure, if Mama and Daddy let me.
They won't.
You could go, I said to her helpfully, offering her up to JJ as compensation.
Go anyway.
How long have you been under here?
Why do you need to know? I was prickly at 16. I hadn't found a way to like JJ yet. It was almost as if I loved him too much. And Sissy. Sissy was an ache in my heart that wouldn't quit. She would lie with me in bed at night with her head against my shoulder, and we would both weep. She for me and I for her. And then, after hours of this, the bright pain of it ripping my sleep apart, she would be gone, and I would calm down. JJ leaned back against the inner wall of the staircase and took a very long, deep draught of bourbon.
Is that a sandwich?
Here, I brought it for Sissy, but, you know.
Yes, I know.
He shoved the triangle of bread and potted meat into his mouth.
I want you to kill her.
We both looked at Sissy, our eyes wide.
Who?
But he knew. I knew. I wasn't sure which question to ask next. Why, how, where, or when? Why don't you do it? I'd never been this confrontational with Sissy before. It didn't feel good, but it felt necessary. You could, I think. I mean, it's been done.
I want you to do it.
It was like at this point she knew that we owed her. We were alive. We were growing up. JJ was graduating even. Mama and Daddy were throwing a party for him. A happy party. A celebration where glasses clinked together in congratulations, and it was acceptable to laugh at someone's bad joke. Not like Sissy's going away party, as she called it, where if you smiled, you had to cover it up with your hand. This fundamental unfairness, this tragedy of all our lives, meant that whatever she asked us to do, we would do.
I need you to do it.
But by this time, both JJ and I understood our fate. Life presents you sometimes with these moments, when the next thing you do is no longer a choice, but a direction. The other path, the one you could have chosen if you'd had your wits about you, closes off under a castle of sleeping beauty like brambles, and you no longer even look down it. It seems so impossible. JJ asked the question that was on the tip of my tongue.
How?
Did you pick out that dress?
Sissy fingered the wilted pink snowballs on my skirt. Of course not. How could I even think of wearing such an outfit? Her bloodied, battered body right there in front of me, broken in two and shrouded in misery, and me, daring to float through the afternoon in pink chiffon. Are you in pain? Sissy turned to JJ.
It doesn't have to be bloody.
He nodded.
But it could be, if that's the way it turns out.
We'll need your help, I blurted out, a bit desperately, but she was having none of it. I heard Mama's voice above us. She was standing on the staircase landing, calling up to JJ, thinking he'd gone upstairs. Then her shoe heels thudded on each step as she descended them one by one. Soft, grief-stricken beats on the staircase runner until she reached the front hall and she paused, fallen silent. Had she turned to look back upstairs, hoping to catch a sight of JJ? Or Sissy? I thought I might throw up, hearing the sadness in that quiet pause.
I should go.
JJ adjusted his white collar and dress slacks. The bottle of bourbon tipped over and clanked against the wooden floor. Sissy picked it up and brought it to her lips, but I knew she couldn't taste it, couldn't swallow it, couldn't feel its slow burn down her throat, as I had. JJ reached up to the oval doorknob and twisted it. and light flooded over us. I picked up the bourbon and took another swill for courage. JJ went out into the light first, then bent down to lift me up from under the steps and out into the fresh air of the house. Sissy leaned back against the inner wall of the closet and waved us away.
I'll stay here until it's done.
She shrank back until she disappeared into the darkness. JJ closed the cupboard door. I grabbed him by the arm. Are we really going to do this?
What do you think?
He stared at me, and then I saw his face change.
She didn't tell you, did she?
So Sissy had told him something she hadn't told me. Damn him. Then, I remembered that she was about to tell me something earlier, and my heartbeat slowed again.
It was all a lie, you know.
What are you doing? Caddy's voice was far from its usual purr. Our caddy, Cathay, as was her full name, had been behind him the whole time, leaning against the hall bathroom door. Her face was wild.
She's lying about me, isn't she?
I thought she meant me, but she shoved me aside and leant down to the slanted closet door. She reached to open it, but something made her stop. JJ lay his hand gently on her shoulder, so gently that I knew he had a plan. She stood, and her whole body began to shake.
Don't spoil my party, Caddy.
Caddy whipped around to face him, and I saw in her eyes she had already writ her own fate out in fearful detail, probably over and over again.
There you are.
From the front hall, my mother looked down at the crack in the closet door, and her pupils darkened.
What are you three up to?
I may have imagined that she said the word three a little too loudly, a little too forcefully.
We're going to the Hollywood. The gang's meeting us there.
Not yet, dear. Not until this.
She waved at the sea of extras posing as guests in her house.
Is over.
Caddy began to stutter an excuse. She was resisting, but it was futile. The neighbors, the townsfolk, our parents' friends, all left one by one. Their graduation gifts to JJ piled on the side table in the dining room. It grew dark outside. The stair closet door remained closed. Caddy started toward her car, but JJ curved around to the driver's seat and bounded in. I saw the fear in Caddy's eyes, and then it shifted, with a dying flare, to resignation.
Get in.
We both complied. We waved cheerfully goodbye as JJ pulled Caddy's brand new Buick out across the gravel driveway. He turned north on Highway 61, the straight, long, two-lane road to Memphis, on our way to the North Delta, and supposedly to the Hollywood Cafe. But we never got there. He pulled off the highway and made his way riverside, along a muddy track by Moon Lake, curling almost to the Mississippi itself, deep into the woods. There was no one there, not a stir. No lovers, no fishermen, no hunters sitting on their tailgates drinking beer. It was a sign, I thought. The moon was trying to be full, but hadn't quite made it, struggling to top the swaying trees. The ground was littered with stones and driftwood from the river, as if they were migrating with the spring floods toward Moon Lake and its stagnant waters. JJ cut the engine and we all climbed out, all knowing our parts. No rehearsal needed.
She's lying.
I don't think she is.
JJ turned to me.
Caddy was driving.
It was that boy from Clarksdale, wasn't it? He'd been drinking. I was confused.
He was too drunk to drive. She was drunk too, making out with him, so drunk and careless she couldn't even steer.
But he drove off the road. That's what Caddy said happened.
It was all a lie. He was dead. Sissy was dead, so she pushed him over behind the wheel.
He turned to Caddy, expecting her to confess, I suppose. I could see them both take a deep, hopeless breath.
Sissy told me all this. She was gonna tell you, too.
She's only angry because I survived.
Caddy sank to her knees. The truth crept over me like a wet mist up from the ground, pulling me downward toward the earth. I looked at JJ, and we understood everything. Why, at this point, didn't Caddy run away? Why didn't she try to flee? She knew what we were bound to do. Sissy had come to her as well, it seemed, so she must have understood everything too. I can only think that, there, in her cream-colored suit, she wished for it as much as Sissy did. We set upon her like wolves upon a dying rabbit. It was not bloodless. When it was done, we were sweaty and bloodied ourselves, our hands cut and bleeding. At first, Caddy didn't fight, and then she did. And then she fell to the ground, finally tranquil, barely breathing, and then not breathing at all, her face and her limbs darkened by mud. But she was still so beautiful that, I must say, seeing her like that, I loved her as much as I loved Sissy. But there was no time for reverie. We had work to do. We tore our own clothes and clawed at each other, all part of the plan. We broke Caddy's Buick side windows and scratched the leather seats with the sharp points of rocks. JJ smacked me across the face, and I swung a heavy piece of driftwood into the back of his head. JJ lifted Caddy and staggered with her through the woods to the edge of Moon Lake, finding a place where multiple car tracks crisscrossed, so we could say another car had been there. Together, we gently, ever so gently, lowered her face down beneath the lapping waves. Her pillbox hat floated away from us, a disc upon the lake's surface. Then we lay down ourselves, sinking our backs into the mud and grass. We held each other's hands and fell into a deep and guilty sleep. Sissy was standing above us when we opened our eyes, the moon high over the trees.
You are my unlived life. I release you now. Don't look back.
And that is when I realized that what we had done for her meant that she was leaving us. I had truly lost her now. Don't go! But she was already gone. JJ let out a long and mournful wail that drifted up to the sky, as far as the arcing moon, into the emptiness that surrounded us. How long did we have to wait?
Go back to sleep.
Eventually, the moon slid low, shimmering across the lake. The reeds tickling Caddy's arms, her hands curled into a fist, her clothes weighing her down until she mostly sank, only a small corner of her shoulder visible. Stay with me, JJ. I had not learned to like him, but I did not think I could do without him. We clasped one another's hands a little tighter and waited for the morning and someone to find us. And her. Our story was a bit garbled, but after what we'd been through, no one blamed us. I said there were 3 men. JJ said there were only 2. We'd driven out to the woods, we admitted, to drink. We both said the other car had an Arkansas license plate, but we disagreed about the color. The police said that was evidence we were telling the truth. People were all too ready at that time to believe the 2 of us. The sheriff knew Daddy. Everyone felt for us. It was just too much pain for one family to endure, they said. Caddy was buried without ever giving up her secrets to the world. That is the thing about the dead. They cannot bear witness against you, unless you love them or hate them so much that they cannot let go of you. In the autumn, we were sitting on the front porch, our physical wounds almost healed, when Cathay sat down between us on the swing, as broken and bloody as we had left her in Moon Lake.
I will never leave you now.
And we both knew this was true.
was a little more interesting.
As the train pulls into the terminal, we ask that you gather what's left of your sanity and depart the train. Thank you for traveling with us on the Sleepless Express. The No Sleep Podcast is presented by Creative Reason Media. The musical score was composed by Brandon Boone. Our production team is Phil Michalski, Jeff Clement, and Jesse Cornett. Our editorial team is Jessica McAvoy and Ashley McAnally. To discover how you can get even more sleepless horror stories from us, just visit sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com to learn about the Sleepless Sanctuary. Ad-free, extended episodes each week, and lots of bonus content for the dark hours.
11, episode 23. Didn't we listen to this one? Yeah, I think this was the one with the possessed deer that was just angry and started wrecking shit. 'Cause I remember this one down here. Like the boyfriend caught fire when he inhaled the cigarette, and like everyone else was like burning alive when. Yeah. I can play it though, like it's fine. But yeah, I remember we were like, it's just an angry deer. I mean, nothing like that spooky about it. It was just more funny than anything. Pick another one. Cool gas station. It was drawn in Banana Mania Crayola. What? Okay, yeah, I'm curious.
This audio program presents horror, which is frightening and disturbing. You let us into your mind at your own risk. As the sunlight fades to darkness, the frightful tales creep into your mind. It's time to give in to your fear, because tonight there will be no sleep. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast.
It's the No Sleep Podcast. I'm David Cummings. Thanks for joining us. On the show this week, we have 5 tales about the insanity of insidious inhumans. Before we start the show this week, I have 2 reminders for you. First, our Sennheiser Ambio Smart Headset contest is in its final days. The contest ends by the end of day on Tuesday, the 11th of September. We already have close to 200 entries, so don't wait to enter to win. Go to contests.thenosleeppodcast.com to hear how to enter. And the second reminder is about how we provide trigger warnings for our listeners on our website. Each episode has its own page on our site, with recent episodes linked right on the main page. If an episode has stories with certain themes which some might find upsetting, we provide a bit of a warning so you can choose whether or not that story is one you want to hear. Just click the Trigger Warnings link to see the applicable details. We've found this to be the best and safest way for all our listeners to enjoy our frightening and disturbing tales. And speaking of frightening and disturbing tales, we have 5 of them for you now. The tape is in the machine. The stories are ready, so let's press play.
Okay.
In our first tale, we meet a woman who recounts how excited she was for her senior prom. But as we learn from author Kelly A. Childress, a disturbing turn of events leaves the woman in physical and emotional distress, with the festivities the last thing on her mind. Performing this tale are Addison Peacock and Jessica McAvoy. So your dress and corsage aren't important when you're dealing with the prom baby.
Wait, what? What prom baby? Oh, I didn't see it. It was blued out.
Around once a year, somebody disappears from Alkindale, Kansas. At least, everyone else thinks they disappear. I know where they go, and they're never coming back.
I know where they
I grew
go.
up in Alkindale, but I'll never go back there. And you shouldn't either. I think my son still lives there. It all started a week before prom, when my friend Maddie suggested we have a sleepover, sneak whiskey, and watch scary movies. This was an annual tradition for us, to celebrate our liberation from the bondage of school. Senior year, our last one, was extra special. Naturally, I said yes. Maddie and I had met freshman year and bonded immediately over our mutual love of monsters, the occult, anything dark and creepy. So I wasn't surprised when I showed up and saw that Maddie had filled her room with candles and set up a Ouija board. I was so stupid. So fucking stupid. Poor Maddie. I miss you. The worst part is, I don't even remember exactly what happened that night. We drank, laughed, discussed what we were going to wear and do on our prom night, shouted at the ghouls on TV, shouted at any ghouls we thought were in the room with us. I remember us both cackling at one point because we'd started using the Ouija board to convene with ghosts over what horror villain was hottest. Pinhead was a fine chunk of man meat, right, oh heavenly spirits? I pushed the planchette toward yes.
Okay.
Maddie giggled and took the planchette from me.
Hotter than Vincent Price from House of Wax?
Way hotter.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I can't get enough of Vincent's goatee, pointy mustache combo thing. It's very vintage. Spanish explorer. Now, if I could just land a guy like that as a prom date.
She paused and steadied herself, then promptly fell backwards with a thud. The forgotten planchette went flying.
Conquer me, conquistador. I'm yours.
Things went hazy near the end of the night. I remember feeling a chilly breeze and thinking it was strange since it had been oppressively muggy.
If you have
all
not
week.
seen the original House
I
of
remember
Wax, you
the
need to. It's a great
chills
movie.
followed by
Noted.
a sharp burst of nausea punching its way out of my midsection, followed by the disjointed thought, oops, sick, drank too much, followed by a long and blissful sleep. The next morning, I woke up puking. That part wasn't a huge shocker, but I did get scared when I opened my eyes and saw wings. Insect wings. Small, maybe an inch long, and translucent.
What?
They floated in the brownish-yellow sludge of my vomit, defiantly geometric. It was early enough and I felt shitty enough that I decided to ignore it. The nausea faded, but I still felt achy all day, and I threw up a couple more times that evening. No wings this time. I chalked it up to drinking too much on an empty stomach. I must have been so dehydrated I imagined it. Sunday morning, I was puking again. And this time what came up terrified me. It wasn't just wings. There were small chunks of some dark-colored material. I remember how they scratched my throat raw coming up. When I realized what they were, I dry heaved. I recognized them immediately. They'd been all over the previous summer, with their rainbow translucent wings and stocky little bodies. Their spawning season that always garnered fascination from entomologists and local news stations. They were cicada. Before you even ask, no, I did not tell anyone I was throwing up bugs. I was terrified I was going to die, or worse, get in trouble. I kept telling myself that it would stop soon. I had barely cleaned myself up when Mom yelled it was time for church. I sat through the entire service with a dull, throbbing headache. The headache seemed to dissipate once I stepped out into the fresh air, but the all-over body aches and pains continued into the week. I started to worry that I'd be sick for prom. I couldn't miss it. It was the only one I'd ever have. By Thursday, Maddie cornered me to ask what was wrong. I painted it like I'd just gotten too drunk and then gotten a stomach bug. Disappointed, she asked if I thought I'd miss prom. Feigning confidence, I assured her I wouldn't. We talked, and by the time we got to my house, I was feeling almost normal again. That feeling vanished as I passed our neighbor's cat, Squeaks, on the sidewalk. Normally friendly and outgoing, she recoiled and hissed when I tried to pet her. I'm sorry for what I did to her. Unnerved by Squeak's reaction, I told Maddie that I was going to go lie down and went inside. I ended up sleeping through to the morning. I woke with the cool early morning air on my skin, feeling better, although there was a coppery taste in my mouth. And nausea still hung in my gut like an unwanted pregnancy. Contentment gave way to confusion as I realized my t-shirt, clean the previous night, was crusty, as if something sticky had dried on it. Confusion transformed into horror when I got up and felt something small and wet fall out of my lap. Squinting, I knelt to see what it was. Once I was able to shake my sleepy haze and realize what I was looking at, recognition bloomed like a horrific flower in my mind. Soft and furry, but with one end glistening in telling red. The cat's calico paw sat, motionless on the carpet. Its presence clanged through my room like a chorus of locusts. I told my mother I wasn't feeling well and had to stay home from school. As soon as I heard her car cruise down the block, I got to work. The year before, my mom had gotten the idea that we needed a home security system, which I think came from the tech nerd she was dating. She and Bryce had set up some motion sensor cameras, and like a true millennial, I helped her set up the online account. The security system lasted longer than Bryce. As I logged in, a disquieted eddy churned in the pit of my stomach. I skipped forward until I got to the only one with today's date, time-stamped around 1 a.m. At first, all the video contained were some swooping bats and the occasional possum. But soon, I saw a cat pass over the sidewalk. From the left of the frame, a figure, human-shaped, streaked over and seized it. The person held the cat tightly. You could see the cat squirming frantically in the unwelcome grasp. They fell to their knees and buried their face into the cat's back. Through the grainy image, I could see dark liquid showering the grass. The cat's squirming became more forceful, more frantic.
That reminds me I need to eat Mariah.
The figure lifted the limp little body like it was an ear of corn and continued to ravage it. A few seconds later, headlights glowed from the other end of the street, and they skittered away on all fours to a darker corner of our yard. I sat there, open-mouthed. There was one detail in that video that filled me with an icy, detached terror. At one point, the shadowy cat killer had wandered close enough to the porch light that their t-shirt was visible. It was an old 9-inch nails shirt. It was my shirt. So I found proof that I climbed out of my bedroom and ate a live cat in the middle of the night. What did I do about this revelation? Nothing. I sat at home, immobilized, and watched daytime TV. What else do you do in that situation? Despite the evidence, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I couldn't tell my mom I ate the neighbor's cat. She'd have me committed. I thought about calling Maddie, but I was afraid she'd be scared of me. Denial seemed like the best option. Prom was the following day. I wanted to dance
Mariah,
with my
time
friends,
to watch TV.
dress up, and wear weird makeup. I didn't want to be sick, or throwing up, or involuntarily devouring other people's pets. Maybe that's why I deserved what happened. Prom night came, but I felt like I was forcing a happy face while dying internally.
I
Maddie
feel
came
that.
over, and we blasted the Halloween metal Pandora station while we got ready. My stomach was alive with prickly pain all day. Like all the other weird shit, I ignored it. It was prom night. I was so close. I just had to put it aside long enough to enjoy myself. Maddie drove us to school, and we'd barely gotten through 2 songs before a cramp shot through me like a lightning bolt. I straightened up and waved off Maddie's concerned expression. Until a few seconds later, when the cramp returned. This time retaining its vice-like grip for a few seconds before dissipating. Heart pounding, I felt sweat rise on my brow. I gave Maddie an apologetic look and mouthed the word bathroom to her over the noise of the DJ. Clutching my abdomen, I
Baby
staggered
is
out
hungry.
of the gym and into the blissful quiet of the girls' room. Despite the pain, I made myself walk the extra distance to a bathroom further away, for extra privacy. I was hoping I wouldn't throw up, but as soon as I closed the bathroom stall, I felt my gorge rise. Trying to breathe calmly, I fell onto the toilet seat. It felt like broken glass was churning in my stomach.
Ew.
I slumped forward, burning with heat. Droplets of perspiration fell into the toilet, making small plinks.
Alright, you
I
don't
tried
have to
wipe
like
the sweat away with some toilet paper,
act
but
out
dropped
the
the damp
puking, though.
wad when another cramp came. This one so strong I let out a cry. I pushed both my hands against my stomach, willing it to calm down. It didn't. A cramp seared through me like a welding torch. I started to knead at the cold, clammy flesh, half out of nerves and half out of the vague idea that it would calm my misbehaving body. The next few moments, I have played back in my head more than 1,000 times. I was hunched over the toilet, clutching at my midsection and panting in pain. 3 things happened next. Something inside me pushed back. I screamed. I barely had time to register the event when the bathroom doors swung open. I clapped one hand over my mouth, not wanting any attention. It was too late anyway. It was Maddie.
Tamara, will you please fucking tell me what's going on?
I didn't know whether to be relieved or scared. It's fine, Mads. I'll be out in a minute. The thudding bass of the music outside seemed to expose the fear in my voice, rather than concealing it. She wasn't buying it. I'd been acting weird all week, after all.
Bullshit!
Bullshit!
Look, if you're sick, it's not a big deal, okay? It doesn't matter if we miss prom. Fuck it, you need a doctor!
Her words hung in the air, and above all the fear and anxiety and pain, I felt only gratitude. I never got to thank her for it. Another cramp hit me, and this one felt like the final boss of cramps. I'd never felt anything like it. A huge, solid mass slowly descending through my body, stretching everything until it couldn't stretch anymore, ripping me in two. I screamed again and maintained the sound until it became a wail. Wetness started to spread beneath me. In horror, I lifted myself and saw blood soaking my dress and trickling down my thighs. Maddie must have seen the blood too, because she started pounding on the stall door.
Jesus, Tamara! You need a fucking ambulance!
She never got a chance to make the call, because at that moment, something fell out of me into the toilet. It muled. The pain started to subside, and I took my chance to get away from whatever the thing was. Falling to all fours, I pushed open the door and crawled away, gasping. Maddie's face was concerned underneath all the makeup. She took me in her arms for a moment while I sobbed and heaved. There was a trail of scarlet leading from the stall to me. I could still feel my blood. Slower now, but still flowing. Pooling underneath me as I lay. After a moment, Maddie got up and went over to the stall. I didn't have time to cry out or warn her. She thought I was just another scared, pregnant teenager. She didn't know about the cicada, or squeaks, or the pains. She thought she was going to check on a normal human baby. Terrified and dazed from the blood loss, I lay weakly against the opposite wall. Maddie peered into the toilet. She managed to scream for half a second before tentacles, 3 or 4 of them, shot out of the bowl and wrapped themselves around her face.
The final boss of cramps, yeah, that was really funny.
Arms flailing into the bowl. I'll never forget how she writhed and fought. Oh, Maddie. This is the part where things start to get fuzzy for me. The doctors and my court-appointed psychiatrist later said it was from the blood loss. The tentacles squeezed, impervious to any of Maddie's blows. It simply waited until she went limp, collapsed against the porcelain, her knuckles dragging against the seafoam tile. Then, it raised her up by her ankles, like a cow for slaughter. I moaned and tried to stand up, but I was too exhausted. Like a fish, my mouth gaped, but no sound came out. Maddie, still inverted, started to spin. A thick gurgling came from her throat as she was pulled towards the beast in the toilet. Her hands and arms disappeared first, the red spray coating the cheap metal walls. There was a crunching, and her body jerked downwards, one shoulder first, then the other. The crunching intensified as her ribcage was crushed. The thing let out what I can only describe as a belch, sending a geyser of water, blood, and pureed tissue into the air, soaking me in my best friend's remains. For a moment, the thing lifted Maddie's corpse up in the air, and I could see meat and entrails hanging like grotesque ropes from her shredded waist. Tears streaming down my face, I covered my eyes.
Okay, hold on. It's not that bad, however. My friend who is here with me is giving me strange looks because I'm butchering meat at the moment. That's so funny. This one's entertaining. It's silly. I really like the descriptors in it. The final boss of Cramps. Yeah, the guy from Hellraiser's hot. What?
This can't be happening. It can't be happening. It can't. Silence overtook the room. I faded in and out. Shades of gauzy gray encroached on my vision. I remember hearing the soft sound of something rubbery hitting tile and feeling the slight wind from the bathroom door opening and closing. In delirium, I thought, oh good, Maddie must have gone to get help. I lay there for who knows how long, until someone from my grade came in and found me. After that, it was a blur of IVs, emergency lights, and scrubs. I woke up in the hospital, handcuffed to my bed. A stone-faced local deputy explained that I was a person of interest in my best friend's disappearance and under suspicion of murdering my newborn son. My shock was apparent because he raised his eyebrow and explained what they discovered that night. I'd been found covered in blood and semi-conscious. In the toilet bowl was a baby boy, small and blue-faced. The coroner had determined the baby was born alive and then choked to death. Maddie was missing. I spent 3 days recovering in the hospital and taking a variety of medical and psychological tests. It was hell. If I hadn't been so heavily medicated, I don't know how I would have gotten through any of it. They didn't believe me when I said I was a virgin. They didn't believe me when I said I didn't know I was pregnant. They didn't believe me when I said I didn't know where Maddie was. I remember one session, trying not to give anything away and asking about Maddie's whereabouts, about where they thought she might be and if she might still be alive. They told me that they found a trail of blood leading from the bathroom to an exit down the hall. They lost the trail after that, but they suspected it was Maddie, disoriented and injured. I know. I wanted to tell the truth. I especially wanted to tell Maddie's parents the truth, but I was caught in such a nauseating whirlwind of suspicion, drugs, and disbelief that I just shut down. I barely even spoke in the months that followed. They never ended up arresting me, although I knew most of them thought I did it. I was told no fingerprints could be found anywhere on the body, and there wasn't any other evidence that technically connected me to either crime. Moreover, one of the cops let it slip while I was in the room that not only were there no fingerprints on the baby, the little corpse had no fingerprints of his own. The police operated as if Maddie was still alive for a few months. Flyers were put up, searches conducted. Then, abruptly, they stopped. They did the same with me. When the search for Maddie yielded nothing, they turned to finding the father of that baby. They sent DNA off for testing, and then nothing. I asked about it once, during one of the many times they questioned me. The detective looked uncomfortable and mumbled something about inconclusive results. Mom and I moved away from Auchendale around 5 months after that night, after the police cleared us any wrongdoing. I got a part-time job, saved my money, and enrolled in community college in Topeka. I kept an eye on the news in Auchendale, though. Like a benign tumor, I wanted to check in on it. It was my way of making myself tough, of desensitizing myself to the pain that came with even thinking about that place. Our local police department never unraveled what happened. Maddie was never found. Her parents started a charity in her honor, but once her younger brother went off to college, they moved away too. Now, at least once a year in Auchendale, someone disappears, and no one is ever arrested for it. It tends to happen in early spring. The victims are usually young people, or at least young women. I'll never go back to Auchendale, and you shouldn't either. I think my son still lives there, and he's always hungry.
Feed the baby. That one was interesting. I accidentally closed out my screenshot.
When an old amusement park falls into disrepair, a police officer is called out to investigate the latest goings-on. And as shared by author Joe Prosset, the call is complicated by the fact that the cop has his teenage daughter with him. Lucky for her, the park celebrates one of her favorite childhood TV shows. Lucky for both of them, right? Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Corinne Sanders, and David Alt. So don't fear, have fun, and welcome to Mr. Smiley's Happy World theme park and Funland.
Yay! Oh man, that's goofy. Real goofy. Okay.
If robots were humans, this would be a war crime. Murder, atrocities, genocide. Something worthy of Nobel Prize-winning photography, international peacekeepers, or at least a mass grave. Instead, they got me. Chief called me up, on my day off no less, and sent me out here to the Happy Fun World theme park and Funland. I looked down at the bright oval eyes and wide, toothy grin of the lone dictator and inhabitant of Happy World, the infamous Mr. Smiley. His eyes looked blank, lidless, and unblinking. The smile never faded. It was embossed in the steel head for all time, and never needed to rest or take a breath of oxygen. Its steel skin was painted the color of sunshine. The big round head was 2 times too big for its body, and crowned with a cute coif of hair swooping to the right. It sat in a puddle of rust-orange water, looking up at me with that big, stupid smirk. Mr. Smiley was dead, but oh so happy to be here anyway. He wasn't alone. Dozens of identical metal corpses were scattered throughout the park. Dead Mr. Smileys, as far as the eye could see.
Real cool, Dad.
My daughter, Sophie, 13 going on 23. She strolled through the concrete path littered with dozens of Mr. Smiley robots. Her eyes hid behind her dark hair, her hands burrowed into her pockets. The laces of her shoes dragged through the water, flopped with each step, and frayed a little more each time they were stepped on. Thought I told you to stay in the car. She was supposed to be in school. Well, was supposed to be homesick in bed. Was supposed to at least be in my police cruiser, where I told her to stay put once I got the call to come out and investigate this mess.
You know, you did promise you'd bring me to Happy World back when I was 5 and into this kind of shit.
Hey, language. Yeah, but she had a point. I did make a promise. What felt like a century ago when she was less a moody preteen and more a bouncing, pigtailed ball of preschool energy. Well, here she was, walking through a field of her old, dead heroes. The idea that all this might have actually upset her took way too long to sink in. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, honey. She stepped over the lifeless robot mascots.
I'll worry about that.
Really,
later.
Dad? I don't know if you've noticed, but it's been a while since I watched the Mr. Smiley show.
Yeah, I noticed. If she wanted to play the too cool for school act, fine. That worked for me. I turned and walked deeper into the park and came to what had brought us here. The free-fall drop tower, the pinnacle of Happy World, complete with Mr. Smiley's face and bright multicolored pendants. It had toppled, just like a redwood under a lumberjack's axe. But it was no lumberjack that felled this smiling phallus. Just disrepair, the salty ocean air, and massive structural failure. Dead Mr. Smiley robots were scattered along the length of the tower, and at least one other ride had been crushed by the fall. Its base was at the center of the park, and its felled corpse stretched from the center all the way out to here, just inside the front gates of Happy World. The bigger they are. When they canceled the Mr. Smiley show, the whole Smiley empire went south, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Show went off the air, then all the toys and all the stores hit the discount shelf. Then Mr. Smiley's Happy World and Funland closed its gates. The stock went tits up, and the investors dropped Mr. Smiley like a bad habit. But the money had already been spent on the latest endeavor in high-tech kids' entertainment. Mr. Smiley himself was already rolling off the assembly line. Hundreds of robotic mascots, due to hit malls and playgrounds and 5-year-old birthday parties, were suddenly as homeless as heroin junkies. So they sent him out here to wander through the park for the rest of their days, slowly rusting apart and shorting out and tirelessly encouraging each other to smile and make today a happy day, until they went the way of the drop tower and collapsed. Somewhere, millions of freshman college philosophy students were hammering out think pieces with Mr. Smiley as the ironic main star. For everyone else, he died a long time ago. Life, stardom, and the hearts of millions of TV-watching kids across the globe are fickle things. Sophie spoke up again as she followed me, weaving through the bodies.
Why are they all broken? I thought robots were supposed to last forever.
Nothing lasts forever, kiddo. Cheap production quality, no scheduled maintenance, left out in the rain, crash a drop tower into the middle of their concentration camp. I figure that took out any that managed to make it this long.
What about that one?
I turned back to the entrance of the park where we'd come in. There was a gate in the 10-foot tall fence that surrounded the park and the turnstiles and ticket stands inside of that. I had to take a bolt cutter to the chain locking the front gate, and now it hung open just enough for me and Sophie to slip inside. Of course, the fence was made up of circular images of Smiley's smiling head. But that's not the one Sophie was talking about. A lone Mr. Smiley robot limped across the wet concrete, dragging one metal foot and hopping with the other as it cut across our path, leading back through the gate to my cruiser. It stopped in the middle of the turnstiles and rotated its giant head toward us. It looked at us, all eyes, bulbous nose, and crescent moon mouth. Then it spoke, its voice a distorted and crackling version of the high-pitched siren voice of so many Saturday mornings long forgotten.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Happy World. I want to make you smile.
I went about fishing a cigarette from a pack. What a fucking disaster.
Language, Dad. Besides, he's kind of cute in a lost wet puppy dog sort of way. Can we keep him?
Har har. I lit my smoke and looked up to the gray sky as I inhaled. Solid gray cloud cover. The only variation in it were the clouds darker and heavier with rain than the rest. Never mind that thing. I'd like to get out of here before we get rained on. All I need to do is check out this wrecked tower and confirm there's no human injuries. I can file the report from home.
What's he doing?
I said, never mind that thing. But I did mind it. The surviving Mr. Smiley was headed to the front gate of the park, but got caught by one of the turnstiles trying to go out through the entrance. When it pushed and the turnstile refused to rotate, the thing sort of bounced off and tried again. On attempt number 3, things got violent. The robot's arms didn't have any elbows, and its fingers were molded into an immobile 4-fingered white glove. So when it started smashing the turnstile to pieces, it did so with a series of surprisingly fast and heavy karate chops. Before the turnstile had smashed to pieces, Sophie had to let out a yelp, and I was at her side, my hand on the butt of my holstered gun.
Dad?
It's malfunctioned. Stay clear and it won't give us... I wanted to finish my sentence and reassure my daughter with the simple notion that if we left Mr. Smiley alone, he'd leave us alone. The thing was, Mr. Smiley had moved through the turnstile gate to the 10-foot-tall fence and was bending the metal bars together like they were bits of shoelace. Hey, what's the big idea? Did it hear? Could it comprehend human speech? Did it care what I had to say, even if it could? Smiley finished tying the metal bars into a pretzel, effectively sealing us inside the park, and only then turned to address us.
You can never leave. I want to make you smile.
Then he started limping back toward us, both of those white-gloved hands outstretched towards us. Oh. I gently moved Sophie aside and drew my .45. Oh, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this.
Dad, no.
But it was too late. How many episodes of that god-awful show had I endured? How many recitations of stupid catchphrases and saccharine sweet songs had bored their way into my skull? How many times did I have to look into those vapid eyes and tolerate that psycho rictus smile? How much money did I spend on toys, posters, pajamas, and books? However much and how many, Mr. Smiley was due for some payback. 3 shots. That was it. Each one a blast of thunder in the quiet, damp morning. Each hollow point punched through Mr. Smiley's metal face. I had no idea what was inside that spherical head, where its central processor was, or where I should aim to actually kill the robot. But the 3 holes between those big oval eyes seemed to do the trick. It took one more hop forward, then lost balance and toppled back.
The fuck, Dad? What the hell did you do that for?
I took a nice long drag off my cigarette and flicked ashes from the butt. Language. Besides, you heard it. He threatened us.
With what? Making us happy? God forbid.
Can't relate to this guy, but instead replace Mr. Smiley with Dora the Explorer.
Fell to drop tower.
Jesus, I'm going to be deaf for the rest of my life now.
Oh, I'm sorry. A minute ago, you were telling me how you weren't into this shit anymore. How you were too cool and grown up for Mr. Smiley. Now you're upset I didn't let him bash your brains in?
Doesn't mean I wanted to watch you murder him. Can we please just get this over with so we can go home?
Yeah, fine. And if it makes any difference, I'll promise not to kill any more of them.
Just like you promised to bring me here when I was little?
Oh, now we're bringing up old shit. Fantastic. I let her have the last punch and followed her as she scuffled along the side of the tower skeleton towards the center of the park. She had a point. She should be homesick, not wandering through this damp, tetanus-infested camp for the robotically and chronically insane. But when the boss called and told me I was the only available detective around, either I go or it's my badge, well, there we were in what used to be the happiest place on Earth, checking for casualties in the only place in the whole city not occupied by anything close to resembling a human being. But I'll admit it, I came out of morbid curiosity. The place was a local legend amongst oddities, ever since it closed down and they quarantined their robots inside. For a while, we'd catch neighborhood kids sneaking up the fences to taunt and throw things at the robots when they were still on their feet. More recently, if you drove by, you would occasionally see a lone straggler, lost and confused by its vacant surroundings and insufficient programming. Now they all seemed more piles of rust than wandering balls of existential crises. We passed a tilt-a-whirl that had been repainted in the style of Smiley and Happy World. Lots of white teeth and eyes. Sunshine yellow faces on the domes of the cars. The ride had been half crushed when the drop tower came down. Under the wreckage, bare wires and severed hydraulic lines leaked out electrons and viscous red petroleum serum. A speaker mounted to an upright missed by the tower sparked to life and played the Mr. Smiley theme song. The tempo played faster and higher pitch than intended, and then slowed to a crawl like a demon singing a Led Zeppelin song, backwards.
In Happy World, Mr. Smiley is here for you. He'll make you smile and love you.
Another shower of sparks ended the tune. Thank God. The hyper-joyed show tune was bad enough coming through the TV during a Saturday morning hangover. Here, in this museum of lost innocence, it stabbed me like an audible spinal tap. I didn't realize it until it was gone. The song was hiding other ambient noises. Noises of crippled metal feet scraping against wet concrete. Plodding, flat footsteps followed us along the path. Ungreased metal shoulder joints swung four-fingered gloves. I pivoted and saw 4 more Mr. Smileys on their feet, trailing behind us. It was habit, me reaching for my .45. Sophie's quick move to put her palm on my forearm seemed just as practiced and rote.
Dad, you promised.
They're coming for us, Sophie. Then, from the direction we'd been walking, I heard more scuffling metal feet. I spun. 3 more approached from the opposite direction. Stiff metal arms swung in ungreased, screeching unison. Those yellowed but once white hands reached out for us. Their eyes were fixed, their teeth bared. We were surrounded.
Come smile with us. Come play. It's happy time.
My hand still on the butt of my gun. I pulled at it, but Sophie's hand pressed down on my forearm, keeping the barrel from clearing the holster.
No, Dad.
What then? The Smileys came nearer, closing their perimeter around us.
Run!
She took off in the opposite direction of the crushed tilt-a-whirl, slipping between 2 of the automatons. I rushed after my daughter and shouldered through one of those little bastards along the way. It pawed at me with round, useless fingers, but caught nothing. Ahead of me, Sophie came to a short chain-link fence that corralled in the bumper cars. She vaulted over the fence onto the rubberized floor. I followed, climbing over the fence with a little more effort and ache in my bones. The Smileys collapsed to their perimeter and followed after us like water flowing from a punctured bladder. As Sophie weaved between the bumper cars, all of them painted with the same stupid, grinning face, I glanced over my shoulder. The robots were against the short fence, and instead of jumping or climbing over it, they were smashing it apart, those stiff, elbowless arms acting like metal clubs. It didn't take long for them to reduce the fence to a wreckage. We were trapped, again, now between the flat black wall of the backside of the corral and the Smileys who were making quick work of the fence. As it was pummeled to the ground, the Smileys breached the barrier and stepped onto the rubber floor.
We love your smile.
They emphasized the word your by pointing at me and my daughter with those white hands, some of which were busted apart from clubbing the fence. Instead of articulated, pointing fingers, they aimed dangling live wires and shards of white gloves at us. I took one more step back and bumped against the wall. Shit.
Dad.
The lead Smiley kicked into the first bumper car and tilted over sideways. More followed. They didn't trip. God damn it.
Dad.
They were fanning out, covering our escape routes to the left or right. Fuck.
Dad!
Sophie backhanded my shoulder. I turned and saw she'd found a service door leading out of the back of the bumper car corral. She had cracked it open and was already halfway through when we met eyes.
Language!
She slipped through. Smart ass. Worse than her old man. On the other side of the door was some neglected landscaping, dead bushes and soggy wood chips. We stumbled our way through and I slammed the door behind us. Good luck with doorknobs, you albino sausage-fingered bastards.
There's more.
Past the shrubbery was another concrete path winding through the park.
Damn.
Sure enough, more of the perpetually manic mascots approached from either direction. I took a quick survey of our new surroundings. Smileys to the right, smileys to the left. In front of us was the haunted house, stylized in the Happy World theme. But instead of displaying Mr. Smiley, it featured his Black Mirror twin, Mr. Spooky.
What?
While Smiley's coif went right, Spooky's went left. Smiley was a ball of sunshine. Spooky was dull purple, the color of a bruise. The crescent moon mouth was identical to Smiley's, but turned upside down into a sneer. Spooky wore sharp eyebrows, aiming hateful eyes downward. I remembered Smiley's warning from those long-ago TV episodes. Only one thing can ruin a smile. Fear.
Happy X Spooky. Oh, he went. No.
There, into the haunted house. For once, Sophie didn't argue. We charged across the path and through the rows of metal-barred waiting lines. The ride was one of those with cars not that dissimilar to the Tilt-A-Whirl cars, the ones set on tracks that snaked through the haunted house. Their half-globe backs were painted with Spooky's face instead of Smiley's. We decided to skip the unpowered cars and push through the big wooden double doors leading into the funhouse on foot. It was quiet inside. Dark. The decorations and automatons along the tracks were dead and motionless. The jump scares lacked any jump. We could tell the paint of the walls was blacklight reactive, that only the dim of an overcast sky seeped in through the drafts. It was all as unsettling as a painting with eyes that follow you across the room. Things were leering, waiting. A lot of cartoonish thunderclouds, hordes of yellow eyes on black background, mangy cats caught with their backs arched, mid-hiss.
Oh, hi, Crispy.
And of course, Mr. Spooky himself. He peered over a wooden fence and out of oversized sewer pipes that dripped green slime. We crept through the maze on careful and quiet feet. All this potential motion, paralyzed for God knows how long, was somehow creepier than the actual ride could have ever been. I think we lost him. Maybe Mr. Spooky is keeping him at bay.
Maybe it was you shooting him in the face.
Could be.
God, Dad, you're such an ass. You can't solve every problem with violence, you know.
Well, when all you got is a hammer, every problem tends to look like a round-headed, smiling hellspawn that I thought died a half-decade ago. Listen, let's just get back to the squad car, get you out of here, and I'll call for backup.
You always hated him.
Huh?
You always hated him. Even when I was a little kid and loved Mr. Smiley, you hated him. Wouldn't be around when the show was on. Complained every time Mom would buy me a Smiley toy. Made excuses when I asked to come here to Happy World. You thought I never noticed? Well, congratulations. You raised me from a baby into a bitch.
Hey, keep the volume down.
Well, what do you want me to be, Dad? A brooding, angry asshole like you? Or a little girl who still watches Mr. Smiley?
Really? Right now? We have to have this conversation right now? I saw Sophie take a deep breath in preparation for her next
I'm
verbal
okay.
salvo, but her words got caught in the breach.
How are you?
Instead of opening her mouth, her eyes grew wide and alert. With the break in noise, it didn't take me long to realize why. Those big double doors that led into the haunted house just creaked open. And now, metal feet plodded and scraped against the floor. It still didn't stop Sophie from saying her piece.
We're listening
Her whispered
to
words somehow
the
related
No
more
Sleep
fury than any
podcast.
shouts ever could.
You always hated Mr. Smiley.
I drew my .45. You're goddamn right I did.
Dad, you promised!
I leaned close to her, our words furious but quiet. And what should I do? Smile at them to death? I'm gonna get us out of here. That's the only promise I'm going to make, and the only promise I'm going to keep. I love you, and I'm gonna keep you safe. Get it?
Dad!
The Smileys were getting closer, working their way through the maze. I could hear their squeaking limbs echo down the trail.
God
That's
damn
fine.
it, Dad,
Thanks for
listen
stopping
to me.
in.
There's not enough bullets in your gun to shoot them all. You saw how many there are?
We'll see about that.
Hope you get some good sleep.
It wasn't until they came around the turn that I realized just how many there were, and how right Sophie was. They shuffled around the bend like cattle, so crammed together their heads bonked into each other as they waddled. Each face identical.
The worst
Huge
part about comics
half-circle
is
smiles and
squeezing all the
desperate eyes,
text in.
some with orange tears where rainwater had left lines of rust trailing down from their eyes. Their insane expression of joy all the more senseless when surrounded by the creepshow decor of Mr. Spooky's Hell Ride.
Mr.
They
Spooky's
stopped
Hell Ride.
in unison, as if led by one mind.
Come play with us. Smile with us. We want to make you happy forever.
I regripped the gun. Sophie's whispers were laced with terror.
Don't! There's too many. For once, just trust me.
I grimaced and lowered the barrel of the gun just a few inches. The herd of happy robots lifted up their white gloves and restarted their shuffle towards us, ready to inflict their will upon us. I raised the gun back up, ready to fire at the lead Smiley. Sophie stepped around me and threw her arm over mine, forcing the barrel down and away. She spoke with a syrupy sweetness that I hadn't heard from her since... How long had she been all teenage angst? Well, since long before then.
Hi, Mr. Smiley. I'm so happy to be here.
The Smiley stopped. Obsolete processors spun inside those stupid metal domes. The lead Smiley seemed to come to a conclusion first. It spun its outstretched arms sideways into a perverse cruciform, backhanding the nearest two other Smileys. A split second later, like a flock of starlings devoid of grace and beauty, the other Smileys mimicked the gesture. All those white-gloved hands spread from that zombie Frankenstein pose to arms wide open. At the back of the pack, a Smiley caught a backhand and toppled over on its ass.
We love it when you're happy. We love it when you're happy. We love it when you're happy.
They waved at us with their stiff arms and stupid balloon hands.
Have a great happy day. Have a great happy day.
You gotta be kidding me.
Just smile, Dad.
Her words sounded happy, but laced with fear a millimeter below the surface. She slid her hand down to my .45 and tried slipping it from my grip. I resisted. Of course I'd resist.
Trust me.
And smooth like water, I let her take my gun and holster it in her own hip pocket. She was right. If I kept it, it wouldn't be long before I broke my smile and the ceasefire all at once. I forced a grin at the Smileys. I doubted whatever AI resided in the machines was smart enough to discern an insanity-inspired smirk and true contentment. I bared my teeth, leered at them, and that was enough. The Smileys in the back of the pack turned as if suddenly bored and waddled back down the tunnel towards the entrance. A few others muddled about. The lead Smiley continued to lock eyes and engage us.
What makes you happy? Not Mr. Spooky. No.
Its laugh was an inhuman robotic insult to humor.
I know what makes you happy. Mr. Smiley makes you happy.
Just keep smiling and back away.
We moved deeper into the ride, both of us grinning like a pair of straitjacket mental patients. It was maniacal, but effective. The Smileys who stayed in the tunnel lost their sense of purpose and just milled about, being aggressively joyous towards us and each other. We painted happiness on our own stupid faces and snuck away. Along the path to the haunted house exit, we came across more Smileys. And as long as we mimicked their rictus, they let us pass by.
Sorry.
When we came to the exit double doors, the dim sunlight that made its way through the overcast clouds strained our eyes. It was bright out here compared to the dank tomb that was Mr. Spooky's haunted house. Still, there was nothing less spooky about our surroundings outside the ride. We hid in the darkness because of what the overcast sunlight had to offer. Flocks of purposeless Mr. Smileys meandering through their dead comrades. They stayed that way, impotent and aimless, just so long as we kept our grins pulled back to our ears. We shuffled through the park back towards the entrance, through the ambling robots, warding them off with plastered-on grins like they were vampires, and our teeth were crosses. If one didn't notice our grin, it turned toward us to investigate. One drew near, so we turned to it and smiled as big as we could. Then it wandered off, satisfied.
Are you happy?
We spun and showed our teeth.
I'm so happy that you're happy.
Then it continued on its indiscernible way. They milled about, dense enough to never give us a break. When I chanced a glance away from them to my daughter, I saw she had tears running out of the corners of her eyes.
Dad, my cheeks hurt.
Mine too. We're almost there, sweetie. We'll jump through the turnstiles and climb over the fence, jump into my cruiser and leave this place and never come back. For now, just stay happy.
She laughed, but not in a funny way, in a tormented sort of way. The front gate was just ahead. We saw the turnstiles, the mangled outer gate, and my car just beyond that. But there was one more robot in front of the exit. The others seemed to have drifted away, preferring the deeper recesses of Happy World. This one was different. His metal skin was painted purple. Where Mr. Smiley's hair coiffed right, this one went left. Thick black eyebrows angled down, connecting with its bulbous nose. Its crescent moon mouth was turned down. Mr. Spooky. He stood defiantly between us and the exit.
Look at you, happy little kids. I don't like it when kids are happy. I like it when you're afraid. Are you afraid now?
Lie to him, just like in your shows.
I can feel that you're afraid. I like when you're afraid. You can't be happy when you're afraid.
Happiness chases the fear away, right? Just like when you were a little girl.
Then I saw the fake smile drop from her face.
Yeah, Mr.
Under
Spooky's
it
silly.
was her unmasked, true emotions. Not fear, but pent-up rage.
Newsflash, Dad. I'm not a little girl anymore.
She drew my .45 from her hip pocket and leveled the sights at Mr. Spooky. She'd paid attention when I'd brought her to the range. I admit her stance and posture weren't textbook, but her aim was dead-eye. Mr. Spooky took 3 rounds to his globe head, fell over backwards, and bounced off the dead Mr. Smiley I'd knocked out earlier. They all go down the same. 3 shots echoed like thunderclaps through the amusement park. Like a dinner bell for the starving masses, dozens of Mr. Smileys all turned towards us. They locked onto us like heat-seeking missiles. How they selected a leader was a mystery to me, but immediately, one of them stepped forward and spoke for the horde.
Those kiddos aren't happy. Hey everyone, can we make them smile?
I think we figured out why the Smiley Empire crumbled. Why these automatons never saw mass distribution to all those fast food restaurants, strip malls, and birthday parties. They had a unique sense of childhood entertainment. Sophie and I, we had a different sense.
Run!
Sophie took off. I followed. Sophie stuck the .45 over her shoulder and fired blindly at the encroaching, stumbling herd. She was right, though. There weren't enough bullets in the gun to put them all down. When it went dry, she dropped it on the ground and vaulted over the turnstiles. I slipped through them right alongside her. We hit the border fence at a sprint and started scaling up the Mr. Smiley designed metalwork. The nearest Smiley smashed through a turnstile just as we reached the top of the fence. Those permanently outstretched arms were reaching for us when we went over the top. Their smooth hands grabbed at us through the fence when we landed on the other side. They couldn't flex to rake us in. We backed away from them and knew we were out of their reach. For now.
Come play with us. We want to make you happy. Smiles chase away your fears. No one can make you afraid while I'm around.
Sophie regarded them once more as we stepped back to the cruiser.
Fuck you, Mr. Smiley. I never liked you anyway.
We climbed inside and shut the doors behind us, muffling out their desperate pleas. They're gonna smash through the fence. They'll escape into the city.
Call it in, Dad. There's other cops who can take care of them. Today's our sick day.
Yeah, okay, sure. Ow. Okay. Wait, what? And then the robot apocalypse
We've run
started.
out of tape. It's time to press eject and end the show.
Ah,
We
I wanted
thank
to listen to the
you for letting us
Crayola one.
perform for you. If you would like to find out how you can hear the full-length versions of our audio program, please visit the NoSleepPodcast.com to learn about our season pass program. Over 60 hours of content for only $19.99. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you for listening. Join us again next week when we'll insert another tape and press play. This audio production is copyright 2018 by Creative Reason Media, Inc. All rights reserved. The copyrights for each story are held by the respective authors. No duplication or reproduction of this audio program is permitted without the written consent of Creative Reason Media, Inc.
I hate how squished these are. Something I can fix in the finished thing, hopefully. Because me, like, writing it by hand is a little different than actually typing it. I mean, I guess that's fine. You don't really need to see that guy. I don't know. So later. Sorry if I keep, like, jumping all over the place with this comic. I'm just, like, working on things as I go. Yeah, just, like, planning it out and whatever. There's been a buzzing in my headset. I'm not sure what was causing it. I think it's gone now. That's a crazy one. The long fingers. Bees in your headset, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to get up for a second, stretch, and all that. And I'll be right back to work on more of this and find a stopping point. Probably go for for one more episode of No Sleep and then call it, I think. 'Cause I need to show this to my customer and ask for pointers, because I'm not really sure what the second guy is supposed to look like. No, like, specific details on it, and ask him his opinion, so he's just kind of a stand-in right now. Anyway. I'll be right back while I get my energy back, maybe get something to drink. I don't know. Just hang tight. I'm back. I made some hot chocolate. Season 2, Episode 5. Okay. Halloween hiatus. Oh no. Let's see if it's one I've listened to before or not. I think I've listened to this one. I might have. We'll put it on though. I want to drink some of my hot chocolate before I get started. Mull over what exactly to do. The text is a little concerning to me. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
As the sunlight fades to darkness and the frightful tales creep into your mind, it's time to give in to your fear, because tonight there will be no sleep.
Yeah, you can link me the recommendations for later. Ooh, that hot chocolate's good.
Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast. I'm the producer, David Cummings. As many of you listeners settle in to the hot, hazy nights of summer, I hope you can find some relief from the heat in this episode's chilling tales. Included is another winning story from the monthly No Sleep Writing Contest. We have a mix of new and old in this episode, as we introduce a new narrator and also feature a story from our most prolific contributor of stories to the podcast, William Delphin. There is also a tale featuring our regular narrator, Jessica Prokuski. But for her story, she not only narrates, but also collaborates to produce the story and provide the effects and music. Our contributors really are outstanding, and I appreciate how willing they are to share their talents with our listeners. So without further ado, let's get started with our first story. Author L.S. Riley has crafted a tale that won the No Sleep Writing Contest for April. He describes what happens when a late-night walk gets interrupted by a decidedly odd character. What at first seems to be just strange behavior quickly escalates into something far more disturbing. Our newest narrator, Mike McElroy, describes for us the tale of the Smiling Man.
About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police-patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street on my side was the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky and wearing an old suit. He danced closer still until I could make out his face. His eyes were open wide and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved, until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance in the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time, staring at him, and then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except he was moving very, very quickly. I'd like to say at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all, but I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again, about a car length away from me. Still smiling his smile, still looking to the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What the fuck do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What the fuck? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around, very slowly, and started dance walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back to him again, I just watched him go until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off of the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk, he didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see.
As we grow older, it's common to find our memories of childhood events fading away. But when you realize you can barely remember anything about your youth, sometimes it's best to leave those memories buried in the past. Author J.T. Centers shares his story from the Library of Shadows, and I read for you his assertion that some things are best left unsaid.
Yeah, I can see why you recommended that one.
My memories of my childhood and adolescence have always been hazy at best. I always assumed that this was just the normal flow of life, that, with time, old memories, when not dwelled upon, often began to take on a dreamlike quality, where you have a few brief glimpses into things, but never quite the entire picture. However, I have now reached the age where I, along with my friends, have started having children. As such, we often find ourselves comparing our childhood experiences to those of our children. This sharing of memories has always been uncomfortable for me, as I feel I am unable to match the vivid clarity of my peers when they share tales of their youth. It's these conversations with friends that have brought me to spend a lot of time just trying to remember things, anything, about my younger days to share with the group. I'm starting to wish I had just let the dust settle on these lost memories because I think something else was buried along with them. My curiosity led me to the most logical place to look for clues regarding my apparently abnormal fuzzy memories: my parents. I still remember that awkward conversation with my mother. I held the phone from my ear a bit, as she always spoke loudly on the phone. Even with the phone held half an inch from my ear, I could hear that familiar voice of my mother.
Well, look who finally decided to call his mom.
I laughed, knowing that she wasn't actually upset. This was a game she played every time I called.
It hasn't been that long since I last called. How are you and Dad?
She proceeded to share details of projects my father had taken up since his health problems forced him to retire. She discussed doctor's appointments and shared her frustration over some problem she was having with her computer. This is where I saw my opportunity.
Maybe I can come by tomorrow and take a look at it. While I'm there, I'd like to ask you about something.
I had to hold the phone out further, as the idea of a visit from me also meant a visit
I
from her
missed that little
grandkids.
detail.
She quickly replied,
That sounds great. I'll make fried chicken. I know that's your favorite. What was it you wanted to ask me about?
I paused. I don't know how, but something in my gut knew my simple question would end her jubilation.
Well, I was kind of hoping we could talk a bit about when I was a kid. I know it's silly, but I have had the hardest time remembering much about it, and I'd love to have stories to share with the kids.
Silence. I heard nothing. At least that's how it felt with the phone still a half inch from my ear. I pulled the phone closer, wondering if perhaps the call had dropped.
Mom?
Then I heard her. Her voice was no longer the loud, boisterous mother I knew. It was soft, distant, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say she sounded afraid.
I don't think tomorrow will work after all. I'll call you after I've spoken to your father and let you know when might be a better time. Maybe I'll just take the computer to Geek Squad or something. I have to go.
My stomach churned for the better part of the rest of the afternoon. It was a struggle to push the feeling of discomfort that came along with the abrupt end to the phone call with my mother.
You know, I'm actually not
I
sure
was able
who's
to
saying
force it
that
to the
last
back of
bit.
my mind as I spent the remainder of the day playing with my children. Hours passed,
Might have
and with
misconstrued
their
that last
passing,
one.
so did the sunlight. I tucked both kids into bed before trying to spend a bit of time just vegging out in front of the television. I don't think I actually watched anything, as my mind kept drifting back to that strange phone call. That sudden change in tone, that eerie silence in her voice. I had never heard my mother that way before. Then I felt it. I felt the twinge of a memory. I had heard my mother sound like that once before. The memory started to take shape in my mind. It was late in my childhood. How old, I can't really recall. What I do remember is that it was very early in the morning. I was sitting at the dining room table across from my parents. They both had stark looks on their faces. I could clearly hear my mother's words in my mind. "You don't talk to us or anyone else about that ever again, do you understand? It's not natural, and it just needs to be left alone. If you don't talk about it, it will stop." And like that, I snapped out of the daze of the memory. I can't explain why, but I felt a wave of fear and anxiety flood over me. Something had begun to happen. The mechanisms in my mind had begun to click, unlocking memories buried deep inside. The sharp noise of the vibrating phone on the table caused me to jump. It was my mother. What was she doing calling at this hour? They're never up this late. I stared at the ringing phone, and for some reason, I hesitated briefly before picking up. Nervously, I answered,
"Hello?"
There was a long period of silence before I heard that same quiet, distant voice coming from my mother.
"We will talk about this once, and it will never be spoken of again. I know you. You will ask questions and pry. This conversation will be the end of it because we can't go through that again."
I sat in confusion and, oddly, in fear. Why was speaking with my mother making me afraid? I started to raise a question when I was quickly cut off by her. She spoke quickly and directly. It felt like she had been practicing this exact speech all afternoon, and that any interruption would make her lose her resolve.
"When you were a child, you had these dreams. You would come to us in the morning and tell us things. Things that you dreamt about the prior night. Horrible things. Then..."
I could hear her starting to sob, but she pressed on.
Yeah, I remember this one.
"Then they would happen. That tornado that took Sarah. The snakes and your Uncle Henry. The murder of Alan. All of these people we saw on the news. Every damn time you would come and tell us about some horrible dream. And then, within minutes, we would get a call or see something on the television. Every time it was exactly like the dream you had just told us about. This happened for years. I started to feel like you were to blame for every bad thing that happened. I finally made you stop talking about it. I just couldn't take it anymore, and I told you to just stop telling us. I thought if I didn't have to hear it, I could write off anything that happened without having to blame you. After a while, you seemed different. You slept better. I think keeping you from talking about it made it go away."
I started to speak, but then she cut me off again.
"Don't start talking about it now. If you bring it up again, I'll deny we ever had this conversation. I have to go. I love you."
With that, the call ended. I'm not dealing with this. I'm going to bed. I pretended like that bizarre conversation had never happened as I went about my nightly bedtime routine. However, as I settled in under my blanket, I found myself unable to push out her words. I closed my eyes, focusing on trying to push it out of my mind, and then the floodgates holding back my memories opened. My mother, she didn't tell me everything. That's because she didn't know everything. I was finally able to remember. It was like reliving many years' worth of childhood night times. I could see it all again and again. I would awaken nearly every night at the same time, 3:33. I would always be on my side. I could see the clock clearly, but I couldn't move. I would feel overcome with fear and try to scream, but nothing would come out. Then I'd hear the footsteps. Sometimes they would be slow and deliberate. Others, they would sound like someone sprinting, but they always led to the same place, my bed. I could feel the shadow looming over me. It felt like an eternity. The clock ticked over to 3:34. The entity would just disappear. I would suddenly feel relief and calm. This was always immediately followed by an all-consuming sleepiness that would send me off into slumber. Then, over time, it got worse. I would start to feel the breathing on my neck, and finally, one night, it spoke to me. I could finally remember the words. They came in a voice that was neither clearly male or female. It merely said, "I am coming, and you will be my prophet." Then the dreams, the visions would begin. They were always horrific. They happened nightly. Every night I would try to scream out the same thing, but nothing would come. "Please, no, don't." I sat up, pulling my knees to my chest. I felt a cold sweat covering me as I found myself struggling to catch my breath. The words of my mother started to seep in, and I began to recall that as I stopped sharing my visions, my visitor stopped coming. Maybe I was no good as a prophet if I didn't share the visions. Maybe it was just a series of odd occurrences explained away by sleep paralysis and an overactive childhood imagination. My adult mind wanted so desperately to believe the latter. My breathing slowed, and I finally began to cling to my rational conclusion on the matter. I slid back into a lying position and closed my eyes, forcing myself to find sleep. My head shook as I shot out of bed. She didn't say that. She couldn't have said that. I could have sworn I heard, "Please, no, don't," from my daughter's room in her panicked voice. I sat on the edge of my bed listening, hoping I was only dreaming. I glanced at the clock to check the time. 3:34. That's when I heard the small footsteps running into my room. I barely had time to look up before my daughter slammed into me, throwing her arms around me, weeping.
"Daddy, I had a bad dream about Grandma."
Yeah, I remember that. Damn. That's crazy.
Natural disasters can conjure their own sense of horror simply through the scale of their destruction. But when a disaster is combined with supernatural happenings, the terror is magnified even more. Author Alan Cantor weaves a tale that has been adapted by the collaborative team of Jessica Prokuski and Ian Mendez. They have produced, narrated, and provide the music for the tale entitled The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas.
No, it's okay.
Sometime during the night of August 16th, 1952, the small town of Ashley, Kansas, ceased to exist. At 3:28 a.m. on August 17th, 1952, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The earthquake itself was felt throughout the state and most of the Midwest. The epicenter was determined to be directly under Ashley, Kansas. When state law enforcement arrived at what should have been the outskirts of the farming community, they found a smoldering, burning fissure in the earth, measuring 1,000 yards in length and approximately 500 yards in width. The depth of the fissure was never determined. After 12 days, the statewide and local search for the missing 679 residents of Ashley, Kansas was called off by the Kansas state government at 9:15 p.m. on the night of August 29, 1952. All 679 residents were assumed to be dead. At 2:27 a.m. on August 30th, 1952, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The epicenter was situated under what used to be the location of Ashley, Kansas. When law enforcement investigated at 5:32 a.m., they reported that the fissure in the earth had closed. In the 8 days leading up to the disappearance of the town and all of its 679 residents, bizarre and unexplainable events were reported by dozens of residents in Ashley, Kansas, and law enforcement from the surrounding area. On the evening of August 8, 1952, at 7:13 p.m., a resident by the name of Gabriel Jonathan reported a strange sight in the sky above Ashley. The town itself, having no official branch of law enforcement, called into the police station of the neighboring town of Hayes. Gabriel reported what appeared to be a small black opening in the sky. Within the next 15 minutes, the Hayes police station became overwhelmed with dozens of phone calls, all reporting the same phenomenon. The phenomenon was never reported by any neighboring communities. A decision was made to send a trooper to Ashley to investigate the matter the following morning. At 7:54 a.m. on the morning of August 9, 1952, Hayes police officer Alan Mace radioed the Hayes police station. He reported that, despite following the one-way road leading into Ashley, he had become lost. According to his report, the road continued along its normal path, but somehow ended up back in Hayes. Officer Mace went on to add that the road never curved or bent in any direction. At 9:15 a.m., 7 of the town's 10 police cars were sent to investigate the situation, and all members of the team came to the same conclusion. The only road leading into Ashley stopped leading into Ashley, but instead led back to Hayes. Phone calls continued to pour into the Hayes police station, all reporting that the black opening in the sky continued to grow in size. All callers were advised to remain inside and to not travel outside unless absolutely necessary. At 8:17 p.m., Mrs. Elaine Cantor reported her neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Milton, and their 2 children, Jeffrey and Brooke, missing. According to Mrs. Cantor's phone calls, the Miltons attempted to leave town in their family car earlier in the evening. They never returned. Law enforcement officials from Hayes never reported the car or individuals coming up the one-way road. At 7:38 a.m. on the morning of August 10, 1952, phone calls from Ashley into the Hayes police station reported that the town was in total darkness.
I think this is supposed to be separate, but it's not.
At 10:15 a.m.,
portrayed
at the
as that.
request of Hayes law enforcement,
I'll ask about it later.
A helicopter from Topeka, Kansas flew over the region in which Ashley, Kansas stood. The town was never observed from air. At 12:43 p.m. on the afternoon of August 11, 1952, Ms. Phoebe Danielewski called into the Hayes police station. She reported that her daughter, Erica, had begun to have conversations with her father, who had died 3 years prior in a drunk driving accident. To add to her concern, Ms. Danielewski reported that Erica was attempting to go outside into the dark to join them. Over the course of the next 12 hours, it reported 329 phone calls were placed into the Hayes police station, all describing similar phenomenon with the children of the town. The following morning of August 12, 1952, the situation became dire. During the middle of the night, all 217 children in the town of Ashley, Kansas, disappeared. A reported 421 phone calls were placed into the Hayes Police Department. Unable to be of any useful assistance, Hayes law enforcement instructed all callers to remain inside and to avoid any and all attempts at finding the missing children. At 5:19 p.m. on the evening of August 13, 1952, Ashley elderly man Scott Luntz reported a growing distant fire to the south. The fire seemed to turn the distant black into bright red and orange that seemed to extend high into the sky. Throughout the rest of the day, calls continued in, stating that the fire, in addition to moving north, now seemed to come out of the black sky. No fire was ever witnessed by any of the neighboring communities or law enforcement officials. The reports continued until 12:09 a.m. on the morning of August 14, 1952. The last phone call, placed by a Mr. Benjamin Endicott, reported that the fire in the sky had grown so intense that it began to appear as daytime over the town. The phone call ended abruptly. From the phone call placed by Benjamin Sherman Endicott.
Just hold on, wait. Yeah, I see something. It's to the south. It looks like...
The next phone call wouldn't be placed until the following evening. The following is the entire transcript of the final phone call to be received by the Hayes Police Department out of the town of Ashley, Kansas. It was placed at 9:46 p.m. on the evening of August 15th, 1952. In this recorded phone call, the officer on duty is Officer Peter Welsh. The caller has been identified as Miss April Foster.
Hayes Police Department. Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello? Ma'am, who am I speaking with?
My name is April Foster. Please, sir, please help me.
What's happening, ma'am?
Last night, they came back.
Ma'am, I'm going to need...
Last night, they came back!
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to calm down and speak clearly. What happened? Who came back?
Everyone.
Everyone?
They all came in the fire.
What do you mean, everyone?
My son, I saw my son last night. He was walking. He was walking down the street. He was burned. Jesus Christ, he was burned.
Ma'am,
He died last year. I raised him since he was a baby. It was just me and him. I told him to watch out for cars when he rode his bike, but he never wanted to listen.
Ma'am, what you're saying isn't making any sense. You said everyone came back?
Are you fucking listening to me? Everyone! Everyone came back. Everyone who died or went missing, they're back and they're looking for us. He said, Mommy, I'm okay now. See, I can walk again. Where are you, Mommy? I want to see you.
Ma'am, where are you now? Are you safe?
I'm hiding, just like everyone else. We saw them coming through the fields and some people opened their doors for them. God, the screaming. I don't know what happened to them, but their houses caught fire and they caved in. I have my curtains drawn. I'm hiding in the closet right now, and...
Ma'am, is everything all right? Are you okay? Ma'am?
Oh my God.
Ma'am?
Something just came in.
Ma'am, stay as quiet as you can. Do not make a sound.
Oh my God. He came inside.
Stay absolutely still. Don't leave.
Where are you hiding?
Stay quiet.
I found you, Mommy.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
The following morning at 6:55 a.m., the law enforcement officials of the Hayes Police Department arrived at the location of Ashley, Kansas. A smoldering, burning fissure in the earth was all that remained.
Spooky. Everyone came back except Cat Dog.
Our final tale takes place in the town of Terre Haute, Indiana. A young man finds himself moving back home with his parents as he seeks employment after college. Getting the chance to stay in his parents' rental house might seem like a good idea, until he finds out that the previous tenant just happened to have died in the house. I'll read for you the tale written by William Delphin, as he describes one harrowing night spent in the town he now calls Terre Haute. My parents live in Terre Haute, Indiana. They own a number of rental properties there. When I graduated from college, I found myself looking for work and having to move back home until I found a job. My parents had not been expecting this and had converted my bedroom into an office for my father. I spent the first few days sleeping on a fold-out futon in the basement. One of my parents' tenants passed away in his home just after I moved back. Neighbors had called the police after the newspapers had started piling up, and they realized they hadn't seen him in a while. He was an 80-year-old widower with no children or next of kin, so nobody came by to collect his things. My parents needed to get the house in good condition to put it back out on the market, so they told me that since I wasn't working, I should go over and try to clean the house up so that they could show it to prospective clients. In fact, they said, why not take my things and go stay there until it's done? I'd have a bed to sleep in at least. Well, I'm not superstitious, but I was not about to sleep in a dead man's bed. I could get some nasty rash, or who knows what other types of germs were all over his sheets. The thought of it is just repulsive. But I conceded to stay there with an air mattress and a sleeping bag and get the place looking nice. The house was small, single bedroom, 1 story, with a ridiculously large basement. The walk-in was in the kitchen, followed by the dining room, the living room, then a small hall for the bedroom, bathroom, and door to the basement. When I arrived at the house in the middle of the day, some of the lights weren't working, so I went into the basement to check the fuse box. The basement had a concrete floor and piles of old junk clustered along the walls. In the far wall was a door that led to a small set of stairs up to the backyard. Between the door and the stairs was the furnace for heating the place. The whole basement was dimly lit by a single bulb at the bottom of the stairs from the first floor. My first time in the basement, I was preoccupied with all the junk and finding the fuse box, so I didn't notice the floor. I went upstairs, and just as I shut the door to the basement, the breaker I had just flipped back on snapped off again, plunging me into darkness. So I trekked back downstairs and flipped it again, and that's when I noticed the floor. In the center of the basement was a large pile of bags of fertilizer. Around the bags were these dark, blotchy stains on the concrete that seemed to stretch toward the door to the outside like tracks or drag marks. I noticed it, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. I went back upstairs, started setting myself up in a spot in the living room for my stuff, then went into the old guy's bedroom just to see what the bed looked like. It was real fancy. The frame was made of brass and had knobs at the posts and an arch over the head. The sheets looked really nasty though, like he hadn't washed them, ever. They were yellowing and looked blotchy like the stains in the basement. More importantly, when I walked into the room, there was this faint aroma, musty-like, with a hint of talcum powder or some sort of deodorizing agent. But the longer I stood in the room, the more I started smelling some underlying current of rot. It started out like maybe some piece of fruit had rolled under the bed and been left there. But after a minute of inspecting the room, it was starting to be really overpowering. Yes, like something had died. I wondered if maybe the old man had died in that room. Then I started wondering if he was still in the room, rotting. It got that bad. I lifted the bed skirt and looked under the bed. There was this stuff under the bed. I don't know if it was a gigantic mold cluster or a dead raccoon or what. It was reddish-brown, swollen, and sticking to the floor and the underside of the bed. It was bulbous, spongy-looking, and wet, and I was really startled by the sight of it because I had not expected to find anything under there. I went around the bed to see if it was closer to that side, but when I looked under the skirt, there was nothing there. I looked long and hard, but there was nothing but dust and some loose change and a book under the bed. I went back around to the other side and looked again, and it was gone. I wasn't sure what to think, so I convinced myself that I must have imagined it. The rest of the day went by without incident. Well, by without incident, I mean that, yes, the fuse box continued to flip off, and I kept having to return to the basement and flip it back on. And yes, sometimes a pile of books I had just sorted would fall over when I was out of the room, but that's not necessarily paranormal. It wasn't until that evening around 8:30, which was about the same time that the sun vanished over the horizon, that things got weird. I had finished eating a bowl of ramen and was watching TV on this antiquated little set with knobs instead of a remote, when the whispering started. I thought it was coming from the show I was watching at first, but I turned the volume down and realized I could still hear it. So I started putting my ear to the walls to try to determine where it was coming from. I finally managed to trace the whispering sound to the air vent in the room. Every room had a small air vent in the floor that led to the furnace downstairs. I put my ear to the vent and could hear the whispering echoing from the basement. It never got loud enough to sound like someone actually talking. It was also a really faint sort of sound. So I grabbed my flashlight and headed downstairs to see what was causing it. I was at the top of the stairs to the basement when I heard this sound like a hard wind, and then the bottom of the stairs was bathed in this flickering orange glow. I got nervous and walked down slowly, pulling the chain for the light at the bottom of the steps. The furnace was on, and the glow came from the open hatch in the side. I went over to the furnace, shut the hatch, and turned on my flashlight to look around for a timer or something. Behind me, I heard a shuffling sound, and I quickly turned around and danced the flashlight beam everywhere. But there wasn't anything. Like I said, I'm not superstitious, but I started feeling claustrophobic. So I went back to the stairs, turned off the light, and went back upstairs.
I'm not superstitious.
I went back to watching TV as outside it got darker and darker. I made the mistake of watching some scary movie. Even though I wasn't a believer, I have a good imagination. The breaker to the living room went suddenly at a tense moment, and I almost jumped in fright at the sudden plunge into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight and worked my way to the hallway to go back down to the basement. Just as I got to the basement door, the living room lights came back on, along with the TV. I just stood there, rooted to the spot. Breakers don't just flip themselves back on. I looked at the basement door for a long time. I managed to calm myself and decided that I should just go to bed. The bathroom was small with a sink, toilet, and stand-up shower. There's a window between the sink and the shower, but it was all frosted glass.
Alright,
you couldn't really see through it. I was brushing my teeth when I heard a soft scritch sound coming from the window. I looked, but there was nothing there. I went back to brushing my teeth. More scritching occurred, but I didn't look. I sat down to use the toilet and was reading some old magazine the old guy had left behind when the whispering started up from the air vent. The vent in the bathroom was down at the base of the window, and I turned my head and looked down at it when the whispering started. Then something caught my attention and I looked up. There was a face pressed up against the frosted glass of the window. At least, it looked like a face. It had the oval shape of a head and what looked like eyes and nose and mouth. But it was totally obscured by the frosted glass. It was pressed right up against it, whatever it was, and when I looked up and saw it, I screamed and hurriedly wiped and fell running out of the room. When I turned back around, the window was dark again. Now I was paranoid that maybe there was someone else sneaking around the house, so I started hunting around. I turned on every light in the house and looked under tables and behind chairs. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside and checked the backyard. The backyard was all fenced in and the grass was really long and weedy from not being mowed. I was looking through the bushes and turned toward the house when I saw something moving in the bathroom window on the other side of the frosted glass. I gasped when I saw it and dropped the flashlight in the high grass and spent too long trying to find it before I could run back inside and start hunting all around again. There was nobody there. The only thing I could think was that they were hiding in the basement. So I went down into the basement, stomping down the stairs all boldly, when it only then occurred to me that if someone was down there, they might be dangerous. I instantly went from feeling brave to feeling absolutely scared to be down there, and I ended up running back up the stairs as if there was someone hot on my heels and slamming the door shut. There was a latch on that side of the door, and I turned it to lock and then put my ear to the wood to listen for sounds. In the space of a few hours, I had gone from not the least bit worried about spending the night in that house to suddenly missing my spot on my parents' futon. I almost called them and asked them if it would be all right to come back over, but my pride got the better of me, and I reasoned that there was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. I went back into the living room and set up the inflatable mattress. I wasn't even sure what time it was. All I remember was it was pitch dark outside. I had left most of the lights on around the house, but the only clock was a small wind-up one on the mantel in the kitchen, and it had long since wound down. I was almost done inflating the mattress when the breakers flipped for the entire house, plunging me back into darkness. I sighed and rolled my eyes, and not a second later I heard, like a long breath coming from the direction of the hallway that sent a chill down my spine. I searched for the flashlight and then pointed it at the hallway, but as usual, there was nothing there. I crept quietly and slowly into the hallway, keeping my eye on the basement door. I put my ear to the basement door, listening, trembling. It was like my entire body was focused on hearing the slightest sound. And I did. Behind me, from the bedroom, there was a rustling sound. I jerked away from the basement door and swiveled around. The bedroom door was shut, but I had left every door open during my hunt earlier. There was more rustling coming from inside the room, like somebody rolling around in the bed. I did not want to go in there, but I made myself do it anyway. I pushed the door open, waving the flashlight around into the awaiting darkness. The first thing I noticed was that the walls seemed wet. The reflection of my flashlight glistened off them like they were covered in water. I stepped forward into the room and realized that the walls were covered in the reddish-brown gunk that I had seen under the bed. It wasn't moving or throbbing or anything. It just seemed to ooze down the walls. I was bugging at that point, freaking out about the slime, when I heard the soft shifting of the mattress and looked at the bed. There was a form under the blankets, and it had just rolled over when I pointed the light at it. As I watched, it started to rise like someone sitting up, and I didn't wait. I screamed and ran out, slamming the door back shut behind me.
And the
I
walls,
dropped the
it was
flashlight
green
somewhere in the
slime.
hall, but didn't care, and ran back toward the living room, and just as I did, the lights flashed. On, off, real fast, like less than a second, just long enough for me to see a figure standing at the foot of my mattress. I just made out a dark silhouette, no distinct face or clothes, just something tall and human in shape at the foot of my bed. And then everything was black again, and all I had was the after image burnt into my eyeballs. At that point, I was all about getting out of the house. I didn't care about my stuff or that I was in my pajamas. I just wanted out, and the only way out was blocked by something standing in the middle of the living room. Except, there was a way out through the basement. Friends, I know what you're thinking. Don't go in the basement. What is wrong with you? But I was not the least bit rational. I heard what sounded like footfalls from right in front of me, and I heard the creak of the bed springs behind me, and in my mind flashed the image of the door to the backyard in the basement, and I just went for it. As far as I knew, I had seconds before something got me. I grabbed the knob to the basement door and yanked and twisted it before remembering I had latched it. I pawed at the latch like a crazy person, and then flung open the basement door just as I heard the bedroom door opening. I almost fell down the stairs, I was in such a panic. I stumbled across the dark room and felt around desperately for the lock. Behind me came the thick whoosh of the furnace kicking on, and I was bathed in its eerie orange glow again. I turned around and looked, my hands pressed against the door behind me. There was nobody at the stairs. There was nobody in the room. I stood there, holding on to that door like it was a lifeline and breathing heavily. Then came the soft, shuffling sound. I strained my eyes to see into the darkness, but all I could make out was the pile of bags of fertilizer. Then I saw movement. Something black was crawling out from behind the fertilizer bags. As I stood there gawking, it got bolder and started lurching out toward the glow of the furnace. God as my witness, it looked like one of those body bags you see in the police dramas. It was laying horizontal, but would bend up at one end, lurch forward, then bend up at the other end and shimmy like an inchworm. It was crawling, this big black bag out from behind the pile in the center of the room. I couldn't even scream. My scream was stuck in my throat. My jaw was hanging open, and I was arching my back against the door, digging my nails into it. Even as terrified as I was, my mind was working frantically, and I moved to the side so that I could see the door using the glow from the furnace. The thing on the floor heard me, and suddenly went rigid. Then part of it seemed to turn and face me. I couldn't look anymore. I would go mad if I stayed and watched, so I looked at the door, saw the lock, turned it, heedless of the noise it made, and threw the door open, stumbling up the back steps towards the storm door that was the last barrier between me and outside. I banged my head into it, causing me to see stars, then felt around for the bar, shoved it up, and almost screamed with joy as I threw the storm door open and ran outside. I ran around to the front yard and realized my car keys were in my pants pocket and my pants were in the living room. So I ran. I ran until I got to a gas station down the road, and thankfully the night shift employee thought I had been assaulted or something and let me use the phone in the office. I called my parents, and my father drove out in the middle of the night and picked me up. He wanted to go back to the rental house and investigate, but I begged him to just take me home. The next day, he didn't go to work. He went over to the house and got my things and checked to see if there were any signs of the things I had seen. When he got back, he told me nothing looked out of place except for a partially inflated air mattress, a flashlight left in the hall, and the back door from the basement was wide open, and a neighbor's cat had gotten in. They sold the house a year or so later. My father had gone in and cleared out all the old guy's stuff after I refused to go back. They thought about renting it out again, but they decided that if there was really something unnatural about the house, the best bet would be to get it off their hands. And now, I'm a believer.
But is he an all-star?
Our time together is drawing to a close. Thanks for listening to this episode. Join us again next time when we unleash more disturbing tales designed to afflict your night with no sleep.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of interesting ones tonight. I don't know if I'll do this again next stream, unless I'm recommended some really good ones. At worst, or I mean, yeah. If it comes down to it, I'll just, like, go through my favorites and put one of those on. Ones that I know I liked in the past, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just, play videos next time around. I fumbled a lot on this comic tonight, but it's in a place that's manageable, I think. Again, like, there's a couple details that I need to ask my customer about to see if I got them right. But it's looking alright so far. Yeah, there's some I'd like to revisit with you, even if... Yeah, I know. Because I still think about the paper mache man. People tend to not like that one, but I thought it was cool. And the showers is what I consider a classic. I don't remember all of them by the titles, but yeah. There's some good ones, anyway. Yeah, I remember that one too. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and sticking with me, bearing with me as I do some commission layouts and figure out what to do. And hopefully I'll have more energy next time. Wednesday coming up, we should be finishing The Cat Lady. And after that, I think I will play my last spooky game that I had planned, but it is not going to be the last one, necessarily. Like, it doesn't have to be. Just if there's something that I decide that I want to play later, then, you know, I'm not going to stop myself from playing it. If I want to start Silent Hill 2 or something after the games I had planned, then, you know, it's whatever. Spooky time is all the time, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.